go for it.
All right. I'm gonna pull down to the news real quick. I can hold off on the news, but all right, we'll just dive into the intro. So, uh, hey, how's it going, guys? For those of you who, if it's your first time on the stream, my name is William Samasegi. I've been a tech entrepreneur for the past decade. And on this stream, we're building two companies live. We're trying to make both of them unicorns. The first company is a company called SAS Mining, a company that I started back in 2018. It's Bitcoin mining with renewable energy. So we've got facilities in Norway, Paraguay, and we're going to be launching one in Ethiopia soon. And we've got obviously one in the US. And that's one of the companies we're building. The other company we're building is a company called MyWorker.ai. I realized that it was time to go live while I was on this call. We're with Ed. Ed, I really appreciate you being cool with us hopping live here mid-call.
Okay.
And yeah, with MyWorker.ai, we are an AI sales tool that helps founders scale their businesses. So if you're a founder and you're stuck between the impossible decision of, you don't have the money lying around to go hire a massive sales team, and you don't want to bottleneck your growth by going and learning 5 different sales tools, you can check out myworker.ai and scale. How's it going, Stefan? Dude, we made it. We made it live a minute late, but we made it. So glad that you're here waiting. And yeah, so normally for those of you guys who join the stream, normally we dive right into the news. Today, because we're in the middle of a call with Ed, we're going to go through the rest of this call, and then we're going to cover the news right after this finishes up. So with that, Ed, I apologize that I had to go make you wait. Ed was literally here like as we were like getting everything ready and like setting up the stream and everything. So to catch you guys up, and then I'll pass it back off to you, Ed. But what we're doing is we're building out ICPs, the ideal customer profiles, for myworker.ai. So the second company that I mentioned we're working on. We have a little chat here going through some of the ideal customer profiles. And we're going through some of the data that we saw from our initial campaigns that we started building on MyWorker. So that's where we're at. The data, it's not as good as we had probably as we've seen with a lot of clients, but we already knew that coming in because we intentionally just very quickly ran through a bunch of ICPs, threw them like throwing spaghetti at the wall just to get a baseline for, hey, if we aren't throwing a ton of time into these ideal customers, this is how it looks. And that is kind of what we're going to see in the data here on the homepage. So, I mean, we do have an interested response right off the bat, but this is where we're at. And what we're about to do now, correct me if I'm wrong though, Ed, is we are going to dive into some more ICP brainstorming in ChatGPT.
Well, yes and no. I mean, yeah, we can continue talking about ICPs, but I'll probably work on this after this call and kind of, I don't know, once I put the roadmap together, I'll put the ICPs there, because obviously you've been working with many of these. So like you said, we just gotta follow the data. If you want, I mean, you already mentioned some ICPs earlier that that are good, right? So we should work with those, and then as you are testing multiple other ICPs that we can go after, especially in that enterprise quote unquote Series B area. So the ones that are the group you told me earlier, 1 to 10 solo founders type. What is it? 1 million you said in revenues?
Yeah, 1 mil plus. Yeah.
1 mil plus kind of team that you're getting super good responses. So we kind of got that one locked in. We can fine tune it and break it down a bit better later. But if we want to go to this other group, which I do agree with you, we should go to this other group. And I want to talk pricing as well on this call. So we'll talk on that next. If we go to this other group, we should basically, instead of, I don't know if these ICPs that you were testing were all related to that particular segment, or they were just a little bit random. But maybe the next test that you can do is actually similarly, you know how you said that you could do this better, this whole, so maybe work on getting this better, but just in that segment of the enterprise quote unquote Series B type. Let's just test that and see if, what kind of responses we get. But then that's what I want to talk pricing, because let's assume that works well, and that's what I asked you earlier. Do we have if our campaigns do well, do we have a system? Do we have processes? Do we have everything set to actually take care of this? And you said no, we have to build it, which is great. That's what I'm here to help with. So, and because this is our kind of first call, or onboarding call, or whatever you want to call it, in the discovery call, however, analysis call. We've been talking now, I think, for what, an hour and a half.
Yeah, we've been on for a little bit.
Yeah. So that's why it's a multi call. But so on pricing wise, so you have the pricing on the web, which is what, $199 for the. I was trying to understand, because also it wasn't too clear to me.
Yeah.
When I saw it, so take me through your pricing, why you put it this way, and what you have in mind, if you want to discuss this in public.
Absolutely, yeah. And guys, if there's any feedback on the pricing, let us know. Okay, Stefan, I'm not sure if you've got any ideas, but here's the pricing. So with my worker, the way that it's priced right now is we have $199 for the first month, so people can kind of like dip their toe in, get a little taste, and kind of get onboarded and used to it. Plus, during that first month, there's the domain purchase, so it takes some time to get everything wrapped up anyway. So $199 for the first month. Then each month following that first month, we're going to $499 a month, and that's a minimum buy. So that's like if they want to do the minimum package, $499, and that comes with an estimate of that comes with an estimated 1,000 leads, and it gives you 5 email domains fully warmed up, and that's all in cost. So rather than buying multiple different softwares, it's covering your domain costs, it's covering your warm-up costs, it's covering the lead purchases, it's covering, of course, LLM costs and everything. It covers everything.
1,000 leads, or 1,000? This is what I'm just looking here. So 1,000 AI generated outreach emails per month. So 1,000 emails, not leads, as in, right? Not that we're gonna get them 1,000 leads.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's like the data for 1,000. 1,000 outreaches and
like 1,000 prospects to reach out to, right? I say leads as the converted prospect.
That would be quite the offer. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. That's why I was like, whoa, 1,000 leads.
That would not math very well.
Right. So then it's free to not free. It's cheap. It's cheap. It's low cost to start, and then we go to a $499 a month. But again, you're not. It's all SaaS, right? Do you have some kind of onboarding at the moment, or do you help them? Is there any service?
Yeah. So that is, at this moment in time, what we're doing is I will go and I will work directly with the team and just help them get it figured out, and then try and get a cadence going where I'll speak with them once every week or two to try and see how the campaigns are doing. Let's see the customer profiles. Let's see how this performed, and really troubleshoot and figure out how we can improve the data, which is kind of why I know the data off the top of my head, and why looking at this I'm like, this is starting actually lower than I expected, but we've got a lead right off the bat.
And you can cancel anytime as well. So that goes to what I was telling you earlier, that we got to make sure that for that particular segment that we get them some results rather quick. Otherwise, they might get to your first 500 a month, but they might not get to your second or third 500 a month, which is something that, again, I know you're working on and improving, and it's kind of ongoing. But maybe with enterprise, we might be able to get away with a little bit more. Either way, we'll have to create, as part of the work that we'll do together, we'll have to create an offer for that, I think, that does include kind of what you just described, but we got to package that, let's say, a little bit better. And whether maybe you do the first few, but we got to think of how do we scale it. I don't know, maybe so somebody more junior can basically rinse and repeat. So we have to build basically a process we got to build the product in a sense, or a package of your product for that somebody else can do. So I'm just making a note, since the AI is taking notes. So I'm making a note that we should build that.
I mean, I could play around with it right now if we want. like just like in the AI chat, see what it comes up with, and we can just live
True, because
brainstorm.
it's trained. Yeah, because it's
Yeah.
trained with your. Yeah. It's like my own. I have my own train with my own businesses. So yeah,
Yeah.
great. See what it
How about this? I'm
pops
going to
up.
say, all right. So these ICPs are great. We want to start testing out companies that are a little further down the growth path. And if to give you an estimate, let's estimate around Series B. We want to go after the head decision makers. So those being the founders or CEOs. And then on top of that, we also, before even building these ICP profiles out to fill in my worker, I want to do some brainstorming around how we can actually package and target them that will get the best enterprise deal flow and approach things in the best way to grow the company. So for context, which you already know, we at My Worker are pricing $199 for month one and then $499 a month each month after that. That comes with 1,000 leads, 5 warmed up email domains, and covers all costs as related to the emails and everything to run My Worker. Now going for enterprises, we want to sell some larger contracts. We want it longer commitment. And we also want to find a way that would actually allow us to sell in the best way to these companies that are a little further down the growth path. So with that said, let's figure out the best package, and then we can build out ICPs around those Series B type companies in terms of sizes. And if there's any other advice or ideas or things that you think that we should stay on top of or keep in mind, then please let us know, and we will also shape a package or ICP to test around that. With all the ICPs like we've been doing and that we're going to be doing moving forward, we want to be able to run campaigns and actually have the data to look at. So that's what we're going to do with these ICPs, and any other ideas for ICPs that you come up with later down the line, we're also going to test with My Worker. All right.
Let's see.
And then we let it cook. So this is actually what I do on stream a lot. So I will be working live and doing these types of things, but one of the big benefits for you guys when you guys tune into the stream is you get to see how to make the most of AI. Like sometimes you'll see people who are getting so much done with these tools with AI, and you think, how the hell is it that this tiny team got this much done or did X, Y, and Z? And when you tune into the stream, you're seeing all these little tricks. We bring on other founders, we bring on other people who are building, and they share their tips. We're all sharing tips together, and then you guys get the benefit directly from that. So let's see what ChatGPT thinks about the enterprise package.
90 days. I like that already.
90-day paid pilot. Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
All right. 2 personas. Oh, so it's actually pricing, giving like a limit to the sequences and personas. Very interesting.
Right.
It's actually a good idea.
Right. Yeah. You, as you continue growing, I told you earlier, I think this personas, it's a huge value. Right. So, I mean, I wouldn't do it now. Maybe for enterprise, but for your normal, I wouldn't start fine tuning your pricing to cut things down. You should just leave it open until we get a lot more customers. But yeah, that persona thing I think is super powerful. So for sure could be a pricing element to play with. 1,000 intent. So it's giving you 3,000 prospects. So it's more, which is it's the same as 1,000, but times because it's 3 months, right?
Oh, 3,000 a month here it says. So that would be like 9,000.
Per month, right?
Yeah. To do that, we're probably going to have to. We can raise this to 15 warm domains, just because to actually target and get decent data. If you push 10 domains too hard for 3,000, you're not going to get the best results. Okay. Done with you onboarding, calendar, routing, and CRM sync. The calendar routing piece, that's the one thing is you still need to manage the conversations after you get the response.
What do you mean? Wait,
the calendar routing is that I'm wondering what it's referring to as calendar routing, but that might be that like forwarding email thing, maybe. I don't know. As like a feature,
or the calendar routing, or so you integrate a calendar into the messaging, but for that you just do a link, right?
So this is the forward email. Yeah. And then there's the calendar. I don't know. Okay, so price anchor 4.5K to 7.5 for 90 days one time. And we can waive the onboarding fee. We'll waive it. You know, the onboarding fee is normally the cost of the 90 days, but we will waive that.
5K, I mean, for 5K, what's that? 1,500 a month, about a little bit over.
Yeah.
Oh, 2.5 if we do the high end. So 2.5K. So add up, let's say 500 a lead. How much is that? So 200 before lead. So if you can get them, let's say I was just making it up a number. If you say a $500 a lead, and they pay two, you should get them at least. So you should get them at least 4 leads with this package per month.
With this one,
They should get. I mean, that will put a price per lead, or let's say book call. Let's put it that way. As a book call, if that's a goal, right? So let's say the goal is a book call. So if we can get a 500 is expensive, but again, it's enterprise, so I'm guessing they're also selling and like bigger type of packages where the cost per meeting is a lot higher. So because it's good quality, you pay 500 for a meeting. So I'm guessing, okay, we get really good quality. We get 4 or 5 meetings. That's 500 a meeting. That's kind of more or less the results I think you would need to produce for this to be attractive. Because one thing, yeah, we can do personas, this and that, but that's what I was telling you earlier. Like, okay, what am I getting for 7.5K? Yeah, I get this system, but really, at the end of the day, what do I want? Book meetings, or right?
Yeah.
So if we can get that, because you're also helping them, right? You're doing it with you in this package,
they're doing
right?
it with me, yeah.
So you will, all these setups that we did earlier on the personas, on building it all, you will help them get this done.
And they would never be able to hire me for this cost, but they get me for clearly. Right. So
well,
I mean,
no, because remember we're gonna make this so it's like a McDonald's. So it's literally other people can just do it. It's just step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Yeah, except the first few. Yeah, you can sell.
But like honestly, in a weird way, like I'm okay being on the call as long as they're okay with being on stream, because then I get content from it. So.
Right. Fair enough. I mean, the first few, but if you're doing,
but I like your approach way more. Like we need it, like fully.
Because I'm thinking, yeah, the first 5, yeah, sure, but let's think if we want to, we could close, we should try to close dozens of these per month, right? At least that's the end goal, right? If we were trying to get it to 1 million in revenue, how many of these do we need actually? So actually, it's a good math. So what's 1 million? 5,000. I updated the new iOS and have the things changed.
I just updated the new iOS for 26 on the
iPhone.
Yeah. Right. It was bugging out the other day when I was using it.
I haven't done it because of that. I have a friend that did, and his battery is just burning super quick. So I haven't done it on my iPhone, but I did on the iPad. And it removed the calculator thing. But anyways, that's 200 we would need. 200 of these to get to 1 million, William. Just with this one, obviously, not anything else. So 200.
Yeah. Well, ideally, we can scale it up where, like, a single company is like, it's this much for 3,000 intent leads, but maybe with a much larger, let's say someone wants to hit 90,000 people, that could be a really big contract, so.
Yeah, no, I'm just playing with numbers at the moment. Like, I'm not saying we're gonna do this exactly at this exact price either. Again, it's a good start, for sure. But
I'm glad you're doing the math. I feel like together we're a good team. It's like a good yin and yang. Like we're.
Yeah, no, and once we get down to it, then I'll put this into an actual funnel of, okay, how do we get to those numbers? Because then how many leads do we get? How many? Because again, at the end of the day, you can build all of this into kind of like a spreadsheet and have a roadmap on numbers. So if just like I've done, but then put the layer on top where, okay, how many leads now I need to get if X% is replying and X% is actually interested, actually, what's your conversion rate at the moment? You were saying earlier you have good
I mean, with total number of conversations, I gotta get like an actual exact number. But like, if someone's got the budget, I'll convert them normally. Like, I would say that like I don't know the exact number of people that have the budget, but let's just say like like 50% of people that actually have the budget, I can, because it's like a no-brainer sell for them. Like enterprises, it might be a little different, but at the end of the day, I just will ask questions and it's like they'll kind of sell themselves. You know, I'm like, how much are you doing today? Do you have the capability to do more?
Well, because it's a super low entry point to test it out, and I mean the promise is pretty big compared to the price, 199, and I get a full on outbound campaign done, not for me because I have to do a bit of work, but they wouldn't do it otherwise. Like again, we were talking about this earlier.
I'm like, how are you planning on scaling in general? Like, what's your plan? Because it's probably worse than this plan. So like, if you're spending on anything else, like you should probably. It's like you're either ready to scale or you're not. You know.
Usually, a lot. It's cheap. That's what a lot of them start with this budget to test ads. Oh, I'm going to test ads with like $200, $500, but you cannot do shit with ads for $500. So
to be honest, like I'm actually curious. You know this off the top of your head? I should look it up. But like, how expensive are ads nowadays? Like on these different platforms?
Well, I mean, it varies a lot, obviously, but I can compare to you cost per lead 10 years ago for the same company. It was 20, now it's 50. So cost per lead, right? Because again, there's many factors to the price, but so we really measure.
That's actually lower than I thought. I thought the cost per lead.
Well, it changes for that company. That's why I said
for that company
20. It went to 50, but right, you could have had a cost per lead of 100, right? It's just all how much it costs you to, if you're targeting an expensive audience and you're having small conversion rates because you're going after a tiny group, or your campaign is shit, then obviously it costs you more, and vice versa. And it also depends on the platform you're doing. If you're doing video, or if you're doing search ads are a lot cheaper, but again, so on. So it's a whole thing. So it's just measured by cost per result, and it varies per company. But that's why I compare a same company. It doubled up in the last 6 years or so.
Okay, it's good to know.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably some better, more exact stats than that.
Yeah,
if you look it up. But you know what I mean. Anyways, going back to this, so I mean, this is a good start. What else is the other one? Oh, the annual one, right? So it's I guess it's versions of that.
So this really low. So it's basically like, hey, if they want to do a 3-month, it's 4.5 to 7.5. If they want to do a scale pack, which is just like 12-month contract they're committing to, then it would be like just under 6K, 2.5 to 6K a month. And then if they wanted to do a 12 to 24 with semi-annual billing, then it would be 6 to 18K a month. The one thing is like our costs get pretty high very quickly. Like that's the like that's the one thing too. Like I think our margins, especially on the edge here, start to be like, especially with the rev share in place, I think we're actually going to start losing money with some of these on the lower end. Like I don't think we can do this price. Our costs for just the domains, personnel, and everything to service.
Frankly,
30K.
I wouldn't even consider these package B or C for a while. Look how much more work this is. It's like 8 persona, 30 to 60 domains. Yeah, like I mean, why don't we sell 10, 15 of A, which is a lot more feasible, and then we can think of B's and C's. At least that's how I like to think of this kind of stuff. So
I do like the idea of 12-month plans though.
100%, but for this, I think we need to prove that we can produce X results first, right? Because I'm signing up with you for 12 months. Like, well, not guarantee, because again, there's no guarantees, especially things that type of companies we're working with. But so some not testimonials, but some proof that hey, I can more or less minimum sort of metrics that I can get you is these meetings or however. So, because again, this is the math that I just did to you. You need to get four quality meetings at 500, more or less. So 5 meetings will be $500 a meeting. If we can get that on plan A for a few, then I think you're ready for selling annuals. So how I would do it is however fast we can go with A and sell that and prove that, hey, yeah, this works and people want it, then you move into others. Because you otherwise you're diverting efforts into promoting this. I mean, I guess you could, I guess you'd try to upsell it on the call, but I wouldn't use it for marketing or putting on the web too much.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm almost wondering how we adjust the pricing. You know what I mean?
For what?
What
For
like in terms of like the cost. So you're thinking we only try and do like 90-day pilots and no annuals?
it doesn't have to mean 90 day. I'm just saying, one. What I'm trying to say, it's like one package. We should focus on one, whichever that one may be, whether it's a
Oh,
90
I
or that.
see.
Like not divert efforts into two and three when we haven't really sold one. So just whether maybe we just optimize that plan, the package A, and make it like really solid based on our ICP and all the rest of the things that we'll do, and really hit that hard and try to get 10, 15 of those closed. And then we can think, okay, now how do we make this into an annual, or make this into, how do we upsell it into more? Because actually this is a common mistake with many entrepreneurs, not in the sense, in this specific sense, but in the sense of they try to do a lot of different pricing, a lot of different products, when really they even actually do. I have people that do two, like multiple business models. Like, now I charge subscriptions, but I also do a service, and I also do a flat fee. Like, it just comes complicated. And each business model, if you think about it, takes a lot of time and work and resources. So I like to start with
Mm,
one, like clean, nice, get results with one, and then be ready to then move up and do more. But let's get good at one and then move into two and three.
I see.
So
Yeah.
so yeah, similarly, that's what I would advise. So whichever one, maybe we can take on discuss this in more detail later as well um as to what. But you also have to think selling an annual is going to be a lot longer, sales cycle wise, a lot more difficult. I think a 3 months. I think it kind of, not exactly, but I think it hit it pretty good with that 3 month program. It's a good, that size amount. I mean, you're doing, you're charging 5,000 now. This is 5 times per month. No, yeah, 5 times. So 500, more than 5 times, as you're charging the 7.5. Oh no, because it's total. So it's 2.5 per month. So
Yeah,
it's
it's like
four
2.5 per
times.
month.
So it's 4 times what you're charging now, and it's technically the same thing, but it
Or
has somebody that.
it's 3 times as large of a package at 4 times the
Uh,
price. Because it's 1,000 and it's 3,000
in
a
term
month.
in terms of your, because that your cogs driven by that, by the number of, that's why you have it.
Yeah, the
Mm,
cost of goods is driven by the number of leads because to do that number of leads, we need to buy more domains and more
mm,
data.
mm, mm. How much does this
But
1,000 leads cost?
realistically, like it's fine to do that. Like, because I mean, still technically the cogs versus what get a little better, but
Uh-huh.
because there is
Mm.
that balance, you know. Like at the end of the day, we need to be able to sell it, and it's got to be good enough that they extend to the yearly plan, you know.
Right, right,
So
right, right.
like
Maybe
it
the
might
yearly
just
plan is
be,
something that we upsell and renew to internally. It's not something that we offer publicly. Anyway, like exactly as you just described. But what is the cost of every 1,000, more or less?
every 1,000, it's going to be about 100 to 100 or 150, I would say.
Oh, but we're charging 2,500, so that would be 400. Let's say 500. That's still a huge margin. So if this
Yeah.
package, if
Yeah.
my only, so that's the only cost is that, and you basically
Yeah.
for
The
every
one
1,000
other
you're on.
cost which, you know, we can get down over time is like the time for the team to like go and manage like the rest of those setups. So like the hourly rate involved, like on top of the automation, which would probably be, which I got to drill down on, to be honest, because I don't know
the
that
hour
number off the
the,
top of my head.
the hourly rate of doing the actual onboarding stuff, right?
The
For what?
onboarding and
For
like the remainder of the setup for warming up the domains, which isn't too much. Like it's much more scalable now. But like, so
hold on, what you
like
were saying.
think about
Oh,
like setting up a single domain, right? Like there's that whole
uh-huh.
process like with like checking out, going in, setting it up, doing all of that.
Oh,
We've
but I thought
automated a good amount of that, but like there
So
is like just the
oh,
general management. If we're scaling up to like hundreds, it's probably not that much, but that's the one other potential
okay.
cost I can see outside of that
But that
like
will get
150.
it, and that's just temporary though, because at the end of the day, at some point you automate that fully that we don't have to. Every customer has to be manually connected to some extent. Because you
Yeah.
right, because I thought you had automate, but you didn't automate the whole thing yet, just like majority of it.
Yeah,
So every
we've
customer
automated the
that big,
majority of it. Yeah.
right. So there's a bit of human involvement there,
Yeah.
but that
But
should
it's actually
disappear,
not that
right?
much now that I'm thinking about it. Like,
And if you have 15, 20 customers and that disappears, right? Because at that point, okay, we're scaling good enough that it has to be automated.
yeah.
So it's just a temporary cost of being able to fulfill the
Yeah.
product.
That's a good point. Yeah, so the margin's still there with this pricing.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's not bad if you think about it. 2.5 per month. I mean, because this is promoting at 7.5. I would just obviously promote it at 2,500 minimum 3 months. So it sounds even lower cost. And this is the cost of what? Not even a junior employee nowadays. And this is doing the work of, well, yeah, a junior employee.
Yeah.
Right. So that could be a nice approach too. Um, hmm, hmm.
So 4.5 to 7.5K, depending for like the 90 days. So it's like, yeah, 2.5K a month, basically. Or yeah, about
2.5K a month. Yeah.
2.5K a month. Yeah.
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 Well, I mean, who could
I
you
think that's good
who do you have?
pricing. Yeah.
I think so too. I mean, again, if you're producing the results, like I said, like get me
Maybe the
5 meetings.
sticker price we put at like 29.99 and then be
Yeah.
willing to go down to like,
Well, dude, if it works and if you're getting 4, 5, 6 meetings, then again we can increase it, right?
yeah.
Because
Maybe
at
the
that
new
point you
price is like 39.99. And then like
right,
then we
right,
got
right.
more to cut
Yeah.
into.
Yeah. But to entry, I think to entry into this segment, right? The Series B now. But we'll have to work on the ICP a lot more. Within Series B is pretty broad to find the right ones in there.
Yeah.
Because again, you said you wanted to be decision makers and this that. Um,
All right.
but
How about I
right,
give it another prompt here and then we do the Series B people.
okay.
Yeah. So I'll say this. I'll say we want to focus on just selling one package to start, and we're thinking about the plan A, the 90-day proof pack, as like the initial one package we're going to start with. So could you please lay out the best final approach? We think that, going down based on our cost of goods sold, unit economics of the business, price point of 2.5K per month at that package that you explained with 3,000 intent leads a month. We could bump the warm domains up to 15 warm domains just because we want to be able to reliably hit that 3,000 intent leads a month. And then everything that you explained, we can include in there. The one other thing is we could actually just give unlimited personas and unlimited sequences for those people who come on board there. And I'm also wondering if you think that we should have like a price anchor that's higher so we have some room to negotiate down. So maybe like starting at $39.99, like $3,999, and then be willing to go down to $2,500 to close a sale per month. Those are all of our thoughts, but yeah, let us know what you think would be best. Lay it out in the way that you think that we could approach it. If you think we're overlooking something or doing something that could be done better, then also mention that. We'll finalize this right here, and then later we will move on to refining the ICPs. I think that this is going to be sweet. Yeah. So
No,
we're
same.
we're going to get this in, and then right after this,
But you always have it on thinking mode.
um, on like important things like this, I normally do, but sometimes
Which it
it's pretty
uses,
quick.
because it uses the O3 model, right? When I think when you're in thinking mode, I think is what it does all the time.
Really? Yeah. I'm not exactly sure.
I think that's what the equivalent of the the O3. I think that's what the thinking mode. So some guy explained it. Anyways, I was just curious.
Hmm.
I don't use it. I just let it do its thing. But I might use it. I don't know. I was curious.
Actually, yeah. So levers you can use prepay. Oh, I like this. So it's $39.99, but if they prepay for 90 days or narrowed kickoff scope, or like levers we can use to land the 2,500.
Oh, so this is saying, so it's upping it from 7,500 to 12. Sorry, Claude. I see.
So it's like this is the price
Okay.
anchor, but then like
I
we
see
can
what
go
it
down
is.
to $24.99 a month, and then this is the package basically, and then yeah, testing the
I'll give you
market.
the SLOs. Let's see. Bounces, testing. I mean, well, I guess those are service level. Not a scope. 90-day reviews, experiment cadence. Yeah, but persona sequence limit on paper. What's the bottom one? So it's just like a little tips, like a battle card of sorts.
Exactly.
Prepaid 90 days.
Yeah. Auto renew annual unless canceled by day 75. Sorry, day 76. That's funny.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's interesting point for sure. I'm not sure where to. It's all for testing in a way. Yeah, you could test this. I'm not sure on the actual. What do you think of? So if you go up, scroll up. What do you think of the What do you think of the scope of the offer in itself? Basically, the offer. Yeah, like what do you think about is that from what you've seen, people? Is that a good Should we add more value, or is that enough value? I guess is what I'm trying to ask.
So to be honest, we're pricing higher than I've been pricing in the past. That said, in terms of value, one easy thing that we could do that I'm not sure, that could easily put it over the line, that is a zero lift from us, is they get like 3 sessions of working directly with me as the CEO, and on those sessions we can build them shorts. So it's like we can they get an interview and like a time on stream, and we create a short. Did you see what the shorts look like? They're like highly edited, look really good, but we can put that in the package where it's like that's a ton of value, because those shorts are normally like, I mean, to get good content and everything like that, it's like cost money, but I've got the infrastructure for like a Riverside link, everything. So it's like we could just toss that in, be like, hey, you can get on an interview with the CEO and get like shorts and content for media, and like we'll throw that in, and a work session with them.
Yeah. I mean, obviously we can do that.
And I can give you like the collateral pack for what those like shorts look like and stuff.
Like that's only available for the first 10 kind of thing,
Yeah, that's actually, I like that. Yeah, because look, we can't be giving free podcasts and shorts to everyone.
I mean, you could scale it that way. That's what I was thinking. Like, oh yeah, it'd be cool for short term to get a few. Again, yeah, I think that's a good idea initially, because we don't have that sort of proven metric yet that we can use to come on board. I'll get you 5 meetings a month. Hey, look, it's so cheap. It's 500 each, or however many, right? We don't have that. We can't. I mean, if you do say it, it's a lie, or you have to pay it through. It's not clean and cut. So adding this that alone, it's already worth the $2,000.
Yeah, just
You know,
the appearance
yeah.
and this, it's like it's already it's like you should be paying us 10 times as much. What's going on here?
Exactly.
You're
So,
ripping us
and you're
off.
getting
I'm walking.
the
I'm walking.
no, no, 100%. No, I like it. I like it. Yeah, that's something
Yeah.
in
So
line with this for
do you want
sure.
me to just have it write that in so you have it here? I could write in
The
that
what?
offer. That additional sweetener for like the first X number of people or something.
Sure. Why
Just
not?
so you
That
have
way.
it on
Yeah,
hand.
sure.
Or do you want
Yeah,
me
yeah.
to
So we
do you
have
want to
it.
read through the rest of these things or no, those are
No, not
objections.
really. Go.
Goals, carrots, free audit.
Well, this is more. This will be useful later once we put it together. I wanna lock in at some. So because because we're, yeah, I like it because we're already going deeper into. But what I wanted to do after this call is actually put together a bit of a roadmap. Finishing the ICP and finishing will probably be the first steps in that roadmap. So we're kind of getting into it already, which is fine. So we advanced
Yeah,
on
we
it.
like to move quick
Um,
here. We're not
yeah,
wasting
yeah,
any time. Let's get into it.
100%,
I'll
100%.
meet
But
later today to finish this. If I have if you're down, obviously no pressure, but
right.
like anytime you
Well,
want,
I
like
mean,
I'll
I'm
help
in
get a pitch.
Barcelona, so later my
Oh yeah, I forgot about the time
it
zone.
might be a little bit late. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
yeah. No, but no, but let me put that. Let me give me a few days to put that because you'll see. When I could show you an example. Let me look one up. Let me give you an example of what I'm working on with next, so you have a better so you can picture a bit where I'm going with it. Um, on this. Wait,
While
it's
you're
a
looking
bit
into that, I'm
slow.
going to give the quick update here. So I'm going to say,
Go for it. Yep. Yep.
awesome. So this plan looks great. I love the approach and everything that you laid out. A couple of things that are additional information that I can mention here is the pricing instead of 2,500 at the very end, let's make that 2,499 as the price floor. And then one other thing that we can actually offer as like a big kicker sweetener, to a limited number of customers, maybe as like urgency to help get them to move fast, is we are doing the live streaming and we create clips. And so for the customers that are needed this final step to upsell or the additional value, we can offer to have them come on for a podcast recording and uh, and clips that can be created, like short clips. So they'll get like the value that is worth more than even, the like way more value than just the lead outbound alone, and then be getting on top of that like the brand value, the eyeballs, the clips, all of this stuff that would normally be, expensive in their own right. So all that to say, that's another piece that we might just want to have on a battle card in our back pocket for the sales team in case they really need that last little push to get sales across the finish line.
Find this one document. Mhm. This.
Sweet. Yeah, Stefan, I agree. Shout out Joaquin. Ed, our mod's name on Twitch is Stefan, as a heads up.
Uh,
It's just
all right. No,
messaging in the chat. So I was like, yeah, in case you were wondering what the hell I was saying.
I figure you were talking to somebody there. How many people are there? Just a few,
Not too
I
many.
imagine.
They're 15 across the
Oh,
different.
okay. Cool,
Yeah,
cool. Oh, I got the different records. It's multiple.
yeah. That's one thing I've noticed, even with like people with massive audiences, like the amount of people that tune in live is like just a really small fraction of like how many people will
Hmm.
end up seeing something.
Right.
Because based off of this, we not only will make like the YouTube video, but we'll also like clip into shorts.
Mm.
And then people can rewatch the live, but still not too many
True,
people
true.
do that comparatively.
Yeah, the streaming versus the actual video. Because what do you do for YouTube? You I guess you edit this because you don't put the whole thing, or you do put the whole thing like the stream.
Oh, sorry. What was that? I got distracted.
It's all good. It's all good. For YouTube, what do you do for YouTube? Do you put the whole thing?
Yeah, so I mean, there's a live section where it's like it just will post the live directly, but then
Uh,
you have your video section and your short section. So we just leave the live up. I don't even need to post it separately. It just stays up there.
mm, mm. Right, right. No, I thought it was like a edited version of that. I can't find that
Yeah.
damn
That
document I
would be
was looking
better. At some
for.
point, I think we should start putting up like edited streams, but
Right, right.
yeah,
I did
right now
one
we
not
don't have
that
the
long
bandwidth.
ago. I'll throw it to you in a minute. Well, I can't find the document I wanted to show you as an example. Let me look for it one more minute. If not, I'll send it to you later. I don't want to. But it's not this one. It's maybe it's this one. Right. So here, this is not exactly it, but I'll show you anyways. 2 6. Wanted to look. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I wanted to. I had a couple of more specific ones to sales systems and stuff. So this is not exactly systems, but more like operation systems. But basically, this is one I put together for you, and it's something simple. So I'll have it by well, tomorrow's Friday and that, but maybe by Sunday. I work on Sunday, so probably by Sunday, if not Monday latest. Something for this. So basically, it just outlines, what's really happening. What are we working on now? What my role exactly, so we're fully aligned on what we're doing. Some of the things that we discussed earlier, right? Then I outline our sprints. In this case, it's an operating system to be built out within the days 1 to 30. What the goals are, the focus areas, KPIs that we'll measure throughout that. What this will unlock for you, how we're gonna, measure this later. Sprint 2 in this case was product and delivery system. In your case, it'll be, I don't know, something else. So again, I'm not saying we're gonna spend the whole 30 days building an ICP, but probably as part of Sprint 1, we'll be building an ICP, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it's, again, like I said, it's a bit of a roadmap for us to work together for the next couple months on getting to that next stage of of uh of your business, which is really, I don't know, scaling a bit the sales part. Now you still, like you said, now you got it to a point where, yeah, I can get more customers. I think, yes, we should really align on what we're trying to get from these customers besides just revenue. I think we really need to get some, like you said, some logos and some proven real facts that, hey, well, even if it's one or two that got real good results from it that we can then use. So anyways, all these things, that's why, again, I'll put it all together in this way, and then I'll send it, and then we can review it, and we'll work base of this. In fact, it might help you even line up or align a little bit better the streams, so when we meet, if you want to prepare shit for it, you could as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, if it sounds good to if it sounds good to you, I think one idea that we could think
Yeah.
through is like, how do we compress to those logos coming on board? Like, just thinking like very logically, like, okay, how do we get these people signed up, right? Um,
Right. Well, I
the
mean, if you wanted to get, I mean, that's the other, again, a good point. We can add this as well, because we're talking about Series B and these type of companies and these segments, which, as I said earlier, we should use our tool to get it, to reach out and get them into our funnel, right? But now you're saying, hey, but there's some actual specific logos that I would like to have. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, I think Femi mentioned that there are like a number of logos that he could just make intros to right off the bat for like sales conversations. And so, like uh, speaking with those companies, and then simultaneously, uh, I could just kick off campaigns on my worker because, like, Series B, all of these, like, these are all kind of like the ideas, but at the end of the day, I could just turn on my worker and we could start trying to get calls booked. Like I'm just trying to think like order of operations. How do we get our calendars full? How do we get those conversations and sales cycles going? And then how are we managing those through close? And then how are we,
Right.
yeah, just like
Right.
thinking, how do we get to that revenue as quickly as possible?
Right. Well, that's
Yeah.
exactly what I'm gonna map for you. That's exactly what I was trying to say. That's the roadmap of what the steps that we should take to do that. Because one thing needs to come before the other. And a lot of things that the entrepreneurs do, myself included, at some points in time, is we try to tackle all of them at once. And it's just sometimes it works for some things, but sometimes it has to be step 1, 2, 3, 4. You can do step 4 before step 1. And we are, myself, guilty of doing that. And it's just because lots of problems. It allows you not to scale. It seems effective at some points. It is, especially in the beginning, because you're doing doing it a bit quicker. But at your point, I like to, we'll fill up the calendar, but we'll have to do it the right way. Not only fill up the calendar, you got to be somewhat ready to take care of a filled up calendar. I don't think you are yet. See, we don't have a pipeline. We don't have a funnel built. If you get 20 calls tomorrow, what are you going to do with them? They're going to fall through the cracks. You have a leaky, well, you don't have a funnel, but if you were to have one, you probably have a leaky one. So we probably build a funnel before we, at the same time that we plan our ICP, that we plan how we're going to reach out, we'll probably work on building our funnel, what our stages are. So when you actually get people through that, you have a process, even if it's simple at first and it evolves over time, you have like the steps that you need to follow to be able to make sure that's effective. Now, to your point of getting on calls with that, probably, but simultaneously, you probably need to finish locking in this offer before we can actually meet with these types of companies. So again, all some simultaneous things, etc. Once we have that in, maybe we can do a few to test out the offer, not all of them, because we don't want to burn all of them if we have a shitty offer. So we'll probably do a few, test it out. What's the vibe? Oh, fucking great. Or, man, they're suggesting they don't like the price, then the next reach out of the next ones will adjust so we don't burn them, because those are not infinite, right? There's going to be X number of potential leads. I don't know who they are. I will discuss that with Femi later. We'll have him do the introductions. I guess when we're ready to get those, we can decide together. Hey, fuck it. Send those. Femi, introduce us to 3 or 4 of these. We're ready to pitch this and that, and this is how we're gonna do it, and ta-da-da-da-da. So that's more how I work. Right.
Yeah. I'm really glad that we got put in touch, because I can tell that you're this is what we said earlier, man. It's the yin and yang, we got both. And hearing you explain that, so I love it. Like, it's actually funny. So my last, I keep saying last company, but SAS Mining, where I'm the president, not operating. It was a very similar type of like yin and yang between myself and the now CEO, where, I'm always like, go, go, go. How do we go as fast as possible? Let's push the limits. And then he simultaneously would have to be like, all right, well, we got to pump the brakes a little, just a little, so we can do and make sure that it runs on time. So I think that it's good. And I'm not sure if you ever read this book. It's an amazing book called Rocket Fuel. And it talks about how a lot of the biggest companies that got created, a lot of people might know one person, but at the top of that organization was the visionary and the integrator. And it talks about how like the visionary is kind of like in this one end where it's like, go, 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 push, like, has a certain set of traits. And then the integrator has the other. And they said that the companies that grow and do the best have both. And the relationship between how they operate is actually counterintuitive, but it works really well. And once we started doing it at the last company, things really started to pick up. And that is many times the visionary is the CEO, the one that's more widely known, and will be the one normally with the decision-making power. But the times that it operates the best is when the integrator is actually the one with the final say. So they go and both are trying to push as hard as they can, and normally can see eye to eye. But if there's ever a point where they just can't seem to agree on like a strategy or an approach, the integrator is actually given the final say over the visionary. And that's what makes it run the best. So that's the dynamic we can take here. And I think that that's probably what will bring it the best. But, I'm always going to be putting it out there like push, 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 but just, know when to reel me in.
It's very similar to Femi, but you're I think he's at a 5 levels above of Whoa, like, yo, you gotta like, slow down times five. Like I get you, but you hit it right on the nail. I mean, I get, because I've been an entrepreneur for many years. I get it. I like to move quick. I've moved quick, but I also, I don't know. It depends. It also comes with with I don't know. I've done it for what, 15, 20 years. So I guess I used to be a lot more, more quick,
Yeah.
back. But now I am on the things that I can. But there's other times I was like, oh, there's no point. It's just going fast, but it's a waste of time, because it's gonna break. It's just not gonna work effectively if you just don't do this. This is what I was saying with the steps. Like I now I know, because you don't know what you don't know, right? I like to use this expression.
Yeah.
Still, my AirPods just ran out, so that's how long we've been talking. Um, uh, yeah, you don't know what you don't know. I don't know what I don't know. There's still things, but now I do know a lot of things that I didn't know, if that makes sense. And I know that sometimes we can't just go to step 4 and skip step 1, which
Yeah.
we might do several times. I've family does all the time. So that's kind of my like, oh fuck, like okay, well, you know, I rebuild backwards. You already started step 4, but we kind of missed this one. Let me kind of somehow recreate step 1 and 2, so we're not super fucked later on, and you know, kind of that kind of stuff. But what's a book? I want to read it. The Rocket Ship.
Yeah, it's called Rocket Fuel. I'll send it over. And actually, just taking a quick look at the time, I'm doing an interview in 2 minutes, so probably
Okay,
going to have to wrap up here. But in terms of next steps, what do you think would be the best next steps for us to take?
So I'm gonna put together this roadmap that we talked about. That's gonna be sort of our Bible of how we're gonna work, how the phase is gonna go, steps, So we follow that, so we don't have this. Oh, I want to do this. No, we follow that. Obviously, we can change and discuss, and it's not gonna be. I said Bible, but it's not like set in stone. Like, you know, we can move a little bit, but so we have a skeleton to work from. It's not all random. Especially if we're gonna have this relationship where you want to do things fast, and I'm more. This is kind of our center, right? So let me put that together. I'll send it by Sunday, Monday latest, and then we can discuss it, agree on it, and we'll just start working based on that. We'll just start going with it and kind of doing the things that we set out to do. So this was more like, again, onboarding, intro call. We just got deeper into it, started working on shit, but it wasn't meant.
This is going to be so much fun, man. I'm pumped. Yeah.
I wasn't meant to start working on offers and ICPs, but I like it too. So I was like, fuck it. Well, why not? But
yeah.
You know.
Amazing, dude. Amazing. Well, I'll follow your plan. I'm pumped to check it out on Sunday or Monday. And yeah, I'm ready to keep things going. So
Awesome, dude. Yeah.
Until next time.
Yeah. See you later. Take care.
All right. Take care. Peace.
Bye.
All right. So guys, so Ed is he's the chief operating officer at the investment firm that's going to lead our round. So it was my first time meeting him. Obviously, super cool dude. So right now we are about to hop into the interview, CTO interview. So you guys are seeing the full behind the scenes of just a tech company that, I mean, this is very unconventional that this type of stuff would be shared, but you guys are getting the full behind the scenes. We'll see if it ends up biting me in the ass to being so open, but I think it's fun. And put in the chat if you guys are enjoying it, having a good time. Alrighty. Hey, Abigail. How's it going?
Hi there, William. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Where are you calling in from?
Sorry?
Where are you calling in from today?
I am in New York. It's a bit gray outside, but you know, it is what it is.
Nice. I spent a few summers out in New York, right by Washington Square Park. And
that's nice.
yeah, I really, I don't know. It was also kind of fun because I was right at the park. They had the chess players, so sometimes I'd stop in and try and play some chess against some of the people in the park.
How long are you here?
I was there for, I would say 3 years in total. So a couple summers, and then I lived in the area for about a year. How long have you been out there?
Oh God, forever, like 20 years.
20 years. Okay. So, I mean, it sounds like you enjoy it. You like the hustle and bustle, or what do you think has kept you in the area?
I don't live exactly in the city anymore. I used to live in Brooklyn, but now I live in Yonkers, which is like a little bit of a suburb, just 40 minutes outside
Yeah.
of this. So yeah.
Okay, very cool. Yeah. It's funny. So I went to Bucknell, and I guess when a lot of people graduate, they go to the city. And so
Right.
I've been meaning to make a trip out there. I was actually talking with one of my friends in New York the other day, and fingers crossed I can make everything come together. I'll be out there in the next 2 months.
Awesome.
Yeah. Well, I'm curious. I'd love to hear more about, I looked at your background and extremely just amazed. I can tell that you're amazing at what you do, but I'm curious how you heard first initially about the company, about My Worker.
Well, LinkedIn.
Yeah. A lot of people have been hearing about the company on LinkedIn.
Yeah, so there's that. And then I got interested, obviously, in what you were trying to achieve. So, but can you tell me a little bit more about that first? If
Yeah,
you don't-
absolutely. And also, conversation is very like open for this call. So feel free to ask any questions. Happy to answer anything that pops into your mind. But the quick background I can share about myself is I've been a tech entrepreneur for the past decade, and coming from my last company, which was focused on Bitcoin mining, saw very quickly everything that was happening in AI and how much better the models perform with more compute. And it's one of those things where it's like I knew I'd regret not getting into the industry and building at the time. And that eventually turned into me speaking with a lot of potential early users with a different idea. It was more like an AI assistant that was plugged into all your data. And when I was speaking with all these customers, I kept saying, like, what would make you pay for this, and what would make you share it? And the common thread was, how's this going to make me money? How is this going to drive more revenue, more sales? And so from a lot of iterative feedback from users, we realized, hey, these founders that are in 1 to 10 million ARR are in a really tough decision. They're either you don't have enough money to go and hire a whole sales team, but you also don't have the time. You're bottlenecking your company's growth if you like spend all your time stitching together 4 different sales tools and trying to, try and run it all yourself. So I realized that with AI, you could take that entire process and make it easy in a subscription for founders. And so that's what led to My Worker AI's current iteration. And right now we're at this pivotal point where there's just too much on our plate to be able to handle. There's like a certain amount of inbound. There's a certain amount of like investor inbound coming in. We're getting ready to try and raise. We've gotten a verbal commitment for a $1 million investment as a lead, and trying to scope out, the round as well. So all of these pieces are moving at once. And I realized that until we put the right internal leaders in place across each area of the organization, that I'm bottlenecking our growth at the moment until I find that. And so, of course, being in AI and with how disruptive and futuristic the product is, I think that starting from a strong core of a great technical understanding of where we are today and then how we build a moat for the future is very important, which is why we're trying to really solidify this role and the leader of the organization on the tech side. And led into this conversation and the LinkedIn post and this entire process here. Probably a little bit too much of a background, but I was like, let's just throw it all out there.
So you literally don't have any other tech, AI, ML, data science people at this point, or do you?
At this point, we do, but the way that it's been done is the person who's been running it, like we have an interim CTO at the moment, and I guess this is directly related to the role. I think that, everyone kind of goes through their own phases, and like being in a founder and being in a role like this, it's like it becomes your entire life. It's just so much work. And we realize like at the end of the day, the time commitment for for like a CTO, like the amount of responsibility that this role holds isn't necessarily the right fit. So he's moving to an advisory role, and still great helping with the company. Like I spoke with him earlier today, but we just realized that we need to bring in some star power for the organization to help it scale in the best way. And, you know, simultaneously, it's kind of what I did at my last company, just made the decision to step out of the role into the president role. So we've made a similar decision here to try and lay the foundation for this company to scale.
Understood. So then what about the other executives? Do you already have those folks in place?
We got a clean slate. Yeah, so this is one of the things where we're going to be able to lay the foundation for the company to scale. So it's really like at a pivotal early point in the company. We've made a lot of traction with, you know, the little amount that we've like, you know, how early the company is, but now is the point where it's like a key inflection point for the business.
Got it. Okay. So do you have like, I don't know, a charter for the company so far?
Like the bylaws and all the stand. Yeah. We're a Delaware C Corp. We incorporated back in 2024. We also raised a bit of angel capital earlier on, and then I've between myself and one of my relatives from SAS Mining, we've put in about 400K into the business, and we've raised 150K in strategic angels capital.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Alrighty. I can tell you a little bit about myself, and then I guess we can continue chatting a little bit here. But I guess as you've seen from my resume, I have some background in AI ML. Actually, I started as a statistician. There was no such thing as data science or machine learning back then. Well, there was, it just wasn't called that. But that's where I started. I was at Columbia Presbyterian. I thought I was going to stay in academia forever. That got really boring. So I found myself in industry. Started working for a couple of the larger healthcare payers, so the Uniteds, the Optums. And then I found myself in consulting when I diversified a little bit. So went into some other sectors, some oil and gas, some fintech, some finance, some ad tech. And that's where I really started to hone my skills as a leader, but in that same breath, also continue to be hands-on. That is important for me, especially now in this dynamic AI world that we are living in order to be a credible leader, you need to be hands-on so that people respect you to lead them accordingly, right? So for me, that's really important, and I've found that to have worked well for me over the past 10 years in leadership roles. So there's that. Outside of that, I also started my own company, but that was out of, I want to say, necessity, because after I ended my role at CVS, I was wondering what would have been the best for me. And then I got several offers like on a contracting basis, which, you know, my last one actually ended a couple weeks ago. So, I mean, it's good that I'm talking to you now. It's coming at the right time. And so excited to hear a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'd love to hear more about kind of your experience. I love the hands-on approach as well, about your experience, you know, in terms of building or shipping AI products, and, you know, kind of what your thoughts, I guess, start there, but also just very curious to hear, you know, your general thoughts on maybe the space that we're in as well.
In finance, right? Well, is that right?
In AI sales.
AI, okay. Well, that is kind of financials, but
yeah.
Most recently, so I've built and shipped several products, in so much that I've productionize several products. The last one I did, I don't know if you're at it, it's not sales per se, but the techniques are transferable to any sector or any industry. But let me explain to you what it does. So these healthcare peers, they typically don't want to pay for very expensive drugs, right? So they would put folks through what's called a prior authorization process, where they would go through policies, the plans, their formulary, et cetera, before they come up with an approval or denial for, let's say, Ozempic. Let's go with that. So it typically would take a pharmacist or a clinician several weeks, which is terrible, because you'd have folks waiting this amount of time or even longer before they can actually get on their meds, right? So what the tool myself and the team that I led developed, it does is that it pulls together using what's called MCP, which is a model context protocol that just came out in November of 2024. Anthropic, they spearheaded that. We utilize that technology in order to, example, pull together all of the necessary information, to the right plan information, the right policy information, the right formulary information, and so that we were able to bring down that time to some mere minutes to get an approval or denial. So we had an MVP for the first few months out of this year, and then midway through, just recently, we had a full-scale production of this product for this particular healthcare pair. So that's one.
That's great. MCP. Yeah. What was that? What was that process like, actually, on the MCP side? I know that it is pretty new from Anthropic. Like, how effective was it in terms of just actually operationalizing, getting all those relevant data sources in?
So the data sources came from the client themselves, so that was fine. But the technology itself, since it, again, newer, was a little bit finicky in the beginning. So we kind of had to develop with it, so grow with it, so to speak. But we were able to prove through the MVP that it was much better than trying to build out several APIs, because, okay, I failed to mention that although this interface that I just told you about was for clinicians and pharmacists, the company also wanted to have a couple of other interfaces. One where patients could go in and do it themselves. They can put in the drugs, and then they can see what are the specific requirements, where they meet it, where they don't meet it, that kind of thing. As well as another interface where appeals letters can be automatically generated. Now, the thing about it is, if we did not use the MCP approach, what that would have done is that we would have had to write code all over again to build out those couple of other interfaces. With the MCP server in place, that brought the amount of code that we needed to write down by 40%. So it really did help us out in the moment, as well as we thought, in the future, well, not so far future down the road, in building out or extending it to these other UIs.
Yeah,
so
absolutely. And I guess taking a step back from the tech side, I'm curious, like in your journey, I feel like it would be way too much to cover the whole thing in just like the 30-minute call, but I'm curious, like, what in particular, it's, at least from the background, it seemed like you've worked at a lot of companies that, were much larger, much further down the road. What kind of interested you in the early stage? And it's like, you kind of know where we're at with my worker, but what in particular?
So no, when I was at McKinsey, so a couple of companies, the H2O.ai, that was a startup, as well as, Stripe acquired the company that I worked for. The name was Orem. That was a fintech startup. So I did embed myself in startups. So I'm very aware of what it takes and the grind that it takes on a daily basis to get things or keep things working, right? So it's not foreign at all to me. It's not that I made that transition. Let me take a step back from there. The reason why I wanted to go to these two specific companies. One, the H2O.ai, it's specifically data science ML focused. They build technology for that. So I wanted to get myself immersed in that technology itself. And then for the fintech startup, I wanted to expose myself to finance and fintech stuff, so to speak. So that's why I ended up there. The choice of them being startups, I don't want to say it was more of an afterthought, but it kind of was for the first one, the data science one, but not so much for the fintech one. After, you know, getting a feel of what it was the first time around, I was like, yeah, I can do this. I get what the stakes, and I like doing this.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely, especially for people just jumping into it for the first time. It sounds like you've experienced it, but it is kind of like a shock because it's almost like an open field. And it's like, all right, well, we got to go make stuff happen.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. And in terms of, I guess, the thought process on the industry as a whole with sales, AI, and we can intentionally leave it broad, but I'd be very curious to hear your thoughts on like how you see this technology evolving and how you see the industry evolving.
Well, let me ask you this. From what aspect of sales are you hoping to integrate AI with? Because I mean, the possibilities are endless here when you say sales.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, right now, I think that I'm trying to think of how like I don't want to like bias or answer too much or like kind of like share too much information, but I agree that it is very broad. I think that at the end of the day, we're building towards a particular use case. You know, like how do we service the customer need, and based on customer feedback, how do we decide and ship features, and like how do we build a functional business around that? Um, in terms of the space that we actually play, I think that right now, like we've got the outbound solution that's differentiated, and now we're more productizing that, trying to scale some sales up on that end. But then it's just the beginning in terms of what can be created when you look at how powerful the models are going to be and how much data is going to be available and how much data we're going to create. So right now we've been focused on outbound, but I think that there's a lot of potential with the industry and what can be created.
So I was thinking, perhaps, have you thought about using this for leads or chasing down sales leads? Because that's one possibility. You mentioned kind of like getting like customer feedback in order to understand what types of products to build or not to build, kind of thing. There are many avenues there where AI or agentic AI can help you out, right? Just by incorporating feedback tools within the product itself. So let's say, well, do you already have an MVP?
Yes. Yeah. We've got 15 paying customers right now.
Okay. Are you able to share the particular use case?
Yeah, I can share. So the way that the product works is for every thousand leads, we charge $4.99 a month. And the way that our system works is it learns everything about your company from your website. It fills out ICP, like ideal customer profiles, with like industry pain points, objections, counter objections, and all this information on your company. And then we acquire email domains and warm them up. And then you can run campaigns that will automate the messaging based on your ICP. And it'll go find the leads, purchase the leads, tied into like agentic search with Exa.ai and Apollo's database. And yeah, I mean, so that's the product as it is today. We weren't able to scale it because we didn't have scalable infrastructure with the domain acquisition and all of those pieces. But we just solved a big piece of that bottleneck working with the engineering team internally. And then we're in touch with Zapmail's engineering team. So at this point now, we're just about to start trying to sell larger accounts. And that's kind of like the use case, what the product does, how it operates, and like the outcome is like the tagline's an AI sales team as a service, but we want to make it as plug and play as possible. So as a founder, it's easy for you to just subscribe to a service and then have meetings appear on your calendar and then not having to really do much work.
Got it. Now, so like I mentioned, is there a place where users can automatically give feedback in the product right now?
Right now, we don't have like a submit button for feedback internally.
Got it. So that would be a good feature to add.
Yeah. You're like, you should have done that. It's like you built all this other shit and you somehow just, yeah.
No, because, well, for obvious reasons, you get
Yeah.
feedback, what's working, what's not working, so that you can directly go and apply that to your products, fix whatever needs to be fixed or that kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
It's what needs to be tested and so forth. So that would be the first thought in my mind as to what can be helpful.
Yeah.
Helpful.
Yeah, I've been doing it. That's such a good point because I've just been doing it manually. So I speak with all of our customers and I help them refine their campaigns and get feedback, and then I kind of relay it. But it would be best if it was just like a ticketing system or something like
Right.
internally that just does that instead. I'm doing all this manually. I mean, it's good to be close to the customer and like I'm speaking with them, but that would just definitely be like, it's a no-brainer to do that for sure. Yeah.
Got it. And when you say campaigns, what is a campaign here?
I can actually show you potentially if you want, like on a screen share. Yeah, that might be easier because I was like, I literally just kicked this off. Like I just kicked these campaigns off, but so we're using our own product to book meetings and sell. So this is the software. It shows all the stats of your campaigns. And before you launch it, like let's say I'll show you how to launch a campaign. You can call it whatever. So let's say we're targeting like this ICP, like chief revenue officers, VPs, sales. You can create any customer ICP that you want with all this data. So that informs the model for better outreach. So if you launch a new campaign, I might just say I'm going this, and I'm going to say like offer a free $500 consultation. It's just like additional like ChatGPT with 50 leads to book a call, right? So it doesn't even have to be spelled right, but I'll just do this. So you can put in a meeting link. Let's say we want it to be like persuasive. Then you select who you're targeting. So we're targeting that ICP. So it's going to pull all that data in. And then here, this is like the secret sauce, or one of the secret sauces. We've got many secret sauces, but this is one of them. So this, of course, ties in data from multiple databases like Apollo, like paid databases, and you can click Generate AI filters, and it'll fill out the filters based on your ideal customer profile. But the other option is you can turn on, takes a second to do this. But the other option, I'll just explain this top part, is smart lead search. So I found 9.8 thousand leads, and you can preview those here. But the other option is smart lead search, and this ties into agentic AI using Exa and into LinkedIn, buying leads from Scrapeland on LinkedIn. That'll take the data and put it in. So that's the filtering aspect. And then to finish the campaign, you just select, these are all attached to campaigns, but you select the domains you want to attach. And then you can do full automated sequencing or filters. So, or you could use your own, you could write your own template, but filter. And then you choose the number of emails you want to send a day. So this is going to personalize every email with the data and best practices. And then you can have it automatically sending or saving to your drafts. And then you just select the days you want to send, whether you want to track the emails. You could choose like a start time. And so now we're sending out 13 personalized emails a day to this.
Okay. And then those are the metrics at the
I'm gonna call
top.
this feed too. Sorry, I'm gonna actually let this run. So I'm just gonna title it. All right, there we go. So yeah, and so these are live metrics. So I just launched this.
Mm-hmm.
It's barely been running, and we've got one interested person to book a call from 148 emails.
Got it.
So that's how it looks today. But I think that I think that if you look at the industry
Mm-hmm.
and the future of the industry, you're going to have a couple buckets. There's a ton of AI sales tools, blah, blah, blah. I think they're going to be disrupted by like the fifth new release of GPT's model. But then you have these AI native companies like ours and others that get exponentially better as the base models get better. And like a rising tide lifts all ships, that are building for a particular customer experience and user experience. And every time the new model ships or the infrastructure that's leveraging those models that's plugged into our product gets better, our product just gets way better. And now as it's growing, there's so much additional information that we can begin to tap into that can ultimately train a much better futuristic product in that AI sales team as a service umbrella based off of this initial, it's technically like, I don't want to say MVP because it's a functional product, but like based off of this foundation, there's so much that we can then leverage to build like what I believe could be an industry category defining company in the sales universe. And there's, I think, going to be different phases where the AI native companies are going to face the decision of whether to go for acquisition, how they're going to like buy the sales forces and others. And then the incumbents are going to try and acquire and compete. Because like with the new technology, you can fundamentally just build a way better product. Like this is like a whole already like this is the work that an entire 5-person SDR team would do. And like you just saw us launch a personalized campaign to all these ICPs in like what, a minute to like 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes. So that's the product today and now we can actually start scaling it, which is why I literally just launched these campaigns because now we can scale the inboxes. So for new emails, this will take a real email inbox. It searches for live similar domains, and then we can purchase it. Just click save, and the entire Google Workspace domain is set up and warmed up, ready for sending.
So is there a possibility here to automate campaign creation?
That's one of the things that I think would be an amazing futuristic thing. It's like, so if there's something that could automatically analyze all these campaigns, performance and data, and then begin to improve. I like the way you're thinking. Like that's exactly it. It's like, there's so much here, like at a baseline that it's like right now we've got such basic, but it's like, fill with AI and create a new ICP, or like during the onboarding, there's an onboarding flow where you put in your website and it scrapes and fills out your entire profile. But like, there's so much more that we can do and so much more data that could be leveraged to do these other things, like the automatic campaign creation, automatic A/B testing, automatically creating new like recommendations for campaigns and things to test, and like things like that we need to do at some point. But yeah.
Got it. Okay. So then what are your main priorities for this role then?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm actually running late for a meeting with Headline VC. Yeah, I didn't catch the time. But how about we do this? How about how about we stay in touch? Oh, I'm gonna message you so the people that we're moving to the next round I'm giving them my personal WhatsApp number, and I want to answer any questions you might have about the business, ask questions, go through more that we can't really go through here in this format, also on a 30-minute call. And then, yeah, we can continue the conversation and dive in more there if that sounds good to you.
That's fine. Mhm.
All right. Awesome. Thank you so much. Sorry for having to jump so abruptly.
Not a problem. Take care, William.
All
Bye-bye.
right, take care. Bye. All righty. Guys, I don't know if I can be on let's see here. I'm going to just do this, and then I'm going to mute my stuff here. So I will be back, but you guys won't be able to hear. All right, guys. Let me know if you are still there and able to hear me. I just finished up. Let's go. All right. So, heads up, had a great call with a very big venture capital firm. I believe they're a $4 billion firm. They do early stage investing. They do like seed and Series A. I forget what, he just gave me so much information on the firm, but I kind of forgot. But yeah, it went well. I'll reach out to them when we're back and ready to expand our fundraising efforts. All right. So it's 1 p.m. I don't even know if I'm surprised by that. All right, 1 p.m. here. All right, let's see. We got GPT. All right, guys. I'm actually curious because this is like the first time we've had a like a pausing point, or at least I have. I guess you guys weren't able to hear me, so you guys just watching, but it's the first pause point I've had in back to back to back calls. So, any thoughts? Any thoughts on, uh, you know, any of the calls? Or I guess which calls were you here for? Oh yeah, the CTO call, the call with the COO. Fortunately, you couldn't hear the last VC call. So Ed, you know, I will message Abigail. That was her name, CTO. I'm gonna message Abigail right now before I forget. But please share your thoughts in the chat. I would love to hear them. All thoughts? You could just give. You don't need to share all your thoughts, but just if there's anything that comes to mind. Man, I need to hit the gym. Feel like that'll get the blood flowing. All right. I am going to send over all of this information. Yeah, we got quite a bit to do right here. All right. What's the meaning of this? If you think you are, Stefan, so philosophical, man. All right, we just messaged Ed back. Oh, chess. All right, you know what? I'll play one quick game of chess here on stream. The one thing I am going to do is I am going to um, have this generate some ICPs. All right, this is amazing. Let's now create the final ICPs that we can target for this package. Please come up with the very best possible ICPs that we think will be most receptive and want to buy our package that we've put together. All right, I'm going to toss that on. All right, Chess Al, send over that challenge link when you get the chance. I'll take you on. Also, oh crap, my next meeting is in. Oh no, my next meeting's in 8 minutes. Let's see here. All right, these ICPs are good. The one thing, I mean, we can change this up. I'm gonna let's see. Declining that. All right, Stefan. I'll see you Monday, man. Take care. All right, guys. I will be right back. I'm a minute late for this call. Let's see. Hey, how's it going, man? Doing great. I can remove the fireflies if you want. Just just joins every single time. Good. Yeah, been really busy, just jumping from one thing to the next. It seems like you've been busy as well. Yeah, absolutely. So right now, the differentiated products like the the, the managed like the management of the funds, the wealth management. So with the companies that like, so you mentioned something there, like you could work with like a CEO that has like a bunch tied up in private stock and then get liquidity from that. Like, I guess what's the size requirement needed for a company like that? No, I haven't. Yeah. I see. Okay. Well, with that in mind, I think that at this stage, it might be. I think size mining might be a little early for us to be able to do it. But that said, I think that like for me to keep in mind whenever we reach that milestone, I could see it being like a block size at that point of you mentioned like 10 million, maybe like in terms of value. Like once I'm in a point where I want to sell like 10 million value in shares, it sounds like it would be right up your alley. Yeah. I was curious, because I know that we've talked at a high level about this stuff, but hearing how it was laid out, and in the back of my mind, I was just thinking, like there's something here, and I think that there's definitely going to be opportunities over the next, I would say within the next 5 years for me to now I kind of have an idea. I would estimate that within the next 5 years, I'd be at a point where I think it would all line up actually really nicely. And obviously, you guys, hearing you talk about it, it is a very differentiated product because I've looked into this a little and it's not really out there. So hearing you talk about it, I'm like, damn, this is awesome. Stars aligned that we met at that event. Yeah, that's exactly what I can see. It's like there's that whole piece where, my bread and butter is the company building and everything that needs to happen there. And if there was some type of, which, it's kind of like your bread and butter is, hey, on the finance side, on these things that, like in these types of circumstances, it's like you can tag in, SEAL Team 6 and you can handle that type of a situation to get us the liquidity or capital. Yeah. Awesome. Sweet man. Well, are you in LA at the moment or are you traveling? Well, if you put together a pickleball or not pickleball, if you put together a game though, I'm in the area. My girlfriend just moved in, so I'm gonna be traveling a little bit less. that's awesome. That's awesome, man. I forget how old you are sometimes. You look like you're like my age. Yeah, that's actually a good point. I think that, yeah, especially just I hang out with a lot of founders. You know, some of them are still in that empire, or I guess a lot of them are in that empire building phase right before where you are. There are some that I've come across that are kind of like probably in that realm. I just haven't spoken with them in a little bit. Um, they're more from my Bitcoin contacts. So I'd have to tap into there. You know, I'm diving in fresh on the AI side, so but it's been great. I'm excited for Tech Week coming up in SF, so that'll be good. And yeah, just keeping busy. A lot going on. It's true. Yeah, it definitely is a fine line. I mean, I'm already seeing that. Like, I'm living through that right now. You know, there's always the trade-offs, and then you've got like that path, and you're seeing the two paths you can go down, and like they both lead very different ways. But one is, hey, you're gonna go bigger, slightly more risk. The other one is, you know, a little bit slower, less risk. And I can definitely understand or see how, you know, those people that you mentioned that go down and can lose it all, how something like that can happen. Yeah. That'll happen. That yeah, I could totally see someone doing that, especially if they're going on a, like an investing spree or something in like privately held startups or something. Yeah. I love it, man. That's awesome. Thanks for also. I know that sometimes my phone, I'm really bad at staying on top of the messaging and everything. On the calls too, sometimes I realize that I'll miss them, and then you'll leave a voicemail, which is great. But I appreciate like the diligence on the follow up and stuff. It is really helpful on my end. Just to like, I just want to say I appreciate you. Reaching out and doing a good job trying to keep the line of communication open. I love it. Well, we'll make it happen. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, that would be fun. I mean, I've been trying to, get a little bit more like just cardio in general. So that would be nice. I've been lifting, but yeah, especially now too. I don't think we talked about this, but for me, I've gone through a lot of different phases. Some phases where, I'm super into, let's say, intermittent fasting or super into just maximizing muscle or performance for X, Y, or Z. And I've noticed that I didn't realize how big of a toll it took, but eating throughout the day is really just affects me in terms of lowering overall productivity or the amount of focused hours I have in a day. And I realize that I perform just so much better if I don't eat all day and then I just eat at, pretty much after I'm almost done working. After I've done all the important work throughout the day and then start to eat, I'm able to just dial in and get so much more done and stay more focused. So that said, it's a lot harder to build muscle that way, probably losing a little bit, but it's totally worth it to sacrifice that for, higher performance outside of that. Yeah. Yeah. Like low carbs to the point of where you're like you have a lot of ketones in your bloodstream, or you're just like low carb, not fully in ketosis and trying to operate. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you're very lean. Like very. Yeah. Really interesting. Hmm. Yeah, yeah, it's also just so fun too. So it's like a multiple birds with one stone type of deal. Yeah. Yeah, man. Let's do it. Yeah, damn, dude. I gotta get on your I gotta get on your routine. As I you know, go through the whole journey with all these different things, I'll definitely be tapping you, and just being like, hey, you know, any type of longevity advice for sure too. I mean, that's the one thing that I love about working out and everything else is it's one of those things that can't just like talk your way around because the proof is right there in the pudding, you know? So it's just instantaneous and it's one of those things that I like. It's like something like a true honest signal, and like you definitely have that dialed. Like I can tell like you practice what you preach. Hmm. Absolutely, man. Love it. Well, I'm gonna run before this next call here at the top of the hour, but definitely let me know when you want to play. Uh, like basically just anytime, like get a game in, like normally after, like later in the day would be better. But you know, I can be flexible depending on the day. I can try and plan around it. Should I text you on your work line or your personal for that? Okay. Okay, perfect. Yeah, that makes sense. So I will, well, yeah, we'll communicate there, and we'll get a game going this week. Absolutely. I'll catch you later. Bye. I'm gonna spit out my gum real quick. This is great. Do you have any ideas on how we can make it 10 times better and also get him maximally interested in potentially investing? All right, guys. So I am about to share the game plan with you. So put that on the home screen. So all right, I'm gonna give you guys some quick context, and then I'm gonna dial in for work. So how do I want to do this? All right, I'm just gonna mute the call, kind of like what I did earlier for the investor call, just for the privacy side of things, and I'll be here chilling. Been having a bunch of calls, a lot going on. I wish I could have you guys in on everything, but just, you know, there's some times where it's going to be too much to every single time. You know, we're busy, we're working, we're doing things throughout the day. If every single time before I hopped on a call with anyone for every part of the business, I had to like go back and forth about getting the go ahead for them to be on stream, it would be a lot more work. So, you get to see me. You know what? Maybe I could. No, I would turn on some music, but if I turned on the music, then it would be way too distracting because then I'd just be trying to talk to him and just be bumping a funk. So yeah, all right. I am going to get ready for this call real quick. I'm going to mute myself. So, oh, it looks like the headphones are muted already. Okay. Oh, nice. I was actually out in Brentwood yesterday, which I spent after spending some time out here. I've been out here for about 2 years, and I hadn't really made my way out there, surprisingly, in that time. Just, kind of been sticking around this like immediate area and traveling. But yeah, got some nice Korean barbecue or Japanese barbecue, that gyukaku. Yeah. I am originally from the East Coast, so I spent pretty much my entire life out there. And then when I was making the transition of roles in my last company from the CEO to the president role, it just felt like the right time. I'd always envisioned going out to the West Coast at some point, and yeah, one thing led to another, and we made it happen. Yeah. Love it, man. So you've been on the startup grind for a while. Hmm. Oh, nice. Yeah, absolutely. Well, I can give you like maybe the quick like background in terms of how I got started with starting my worker or diving into the AI field. And then, yeah, I mean, in terms of just like quick off the cuff, I think Bordy's great. I tried the product a while ago, and then it came up again in conversation, and I'm like, wait, let me message Bordy and see what it can do. So yeah, I've been a tech entrepreneur for about 10 years now, and my last company was in the Bitcoin mining industry, a company called SAS Mining. So we focused on Bitcoin mining with renewable energy. And the unique value prop of the company was just like Coinbase made it easy for you to buy Bitcoin, at SAS Mining, we make it easy for you to mine Bitcoin. So fast forward to today, we have Bitcoin mining facilities operating on 3 different continents: US, Paraguay, and Norway, and about to be 4 actually within this next week, announced publicly. And I'm no longer operating as the CEO. I stepped into the president role right before moving out to LA. And at the time, coming from the data center business, I saw how much better AI was going to get. Just X amount of compute in makes things this much better. And it's like got was pulled into building in the space and realized that uh, the landscape and the products were going to look completely different over the coming years. And it's like, okay, well, what part of the universe or future greenfield are we going to carve out? And after speaking with a ton of customers, at the end of the day, they all cared about one thing, which is how's this going to make me more money and how's this going to increase revenue. And we just followed that curiosity and want to eventually build the product that is now in the market. Yet it's not an MVP. It's like a production level scalable product, but it's what I would say is the first piece of the foundation for our future goal of building an AI sales team as a service to help people scale their products and services and connect with the customers that they want to speak with. We started building in this direction in February of 2024. Yeah. And yeah, it's been a lot of fun, you know. So, similar to you, I feel like we both have a love of the early stages, and so a lot is happening, a lot of amazing tools out there. And in terms of Bordy, you know, it's been really cool just reaching out and getting to see like the way that we just connected. And I'm testing out to see if I can actually use it for my stream or podcast to connect with more people. So yeah, because I can invite people on the podcast and, you know, clear value prop for them getting to come on, get in front of an audience, get clips, but then on my end, get content and then also potential partners or investors. I would say both are a big focus for us at the moment. I would say customers more so. I've been getting some inbound from investors and starting to take conversations, but not. I haven't actively opened a round or anything. The one thing I am putting out there. So actually, earlier this week, someone asked to lead the round for a mill, um, but we haven't fully shaped a round yet. It kind of came out of the blue, and so I'm like, you know, we could use the capital to grow faster. So wasn't going to say no, but that's pretty much where we're at right now. It's kind of like investors is happening more organically, and the investor side's happening more organically, and the customers has been more of the focus. Yeah. Yeah, I'd be happy to dive in there. Also, you know, would love to hear as well, like just coming into the call before like really digging into all these different areas. Like, what was your goal or, you know, interest in taking the call today? Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And thank you for giving that context. I mean, at this point in time, to kind of dig into the details of the capabilities of the tool today, and we can talk about the future as well, but just it's like, okay, where are we at? So, when you go on to the tool, all it needs is your company's website. And from that alone, it'll learn everything about your company and your target customer. It'll build a customer target list and do outreach. So basically, what would take a team of like five, you know, people doing all this research, filling things out, doing X, Y, and Z, the tool will do on its own, and it will take care of that at scale. So the one liner is like, hey, yet AI sales team as a service, but allowing uh, entrepreneurs to scale like enterprises. Yeah, that's one of the places. That's part of the secret sauce, so to say. But we're pulling in data leads, purchasing from Apollo. We're cleaning, enriching leads, and then also leveraging other AI tools along with the data that we build out on target customers. And so yeah, it's a very like futuristic, sophisticated approach to it. And I think that yeah, I'm not sure what ideas come to mind for you, but I could even send you, either like a demo or show you the tool at some point, or I don't know how it might overlap, but special, it's so applicable to so many different areas, businesses, things like that, that it kind of is primed for, type like partnership opportunities or creative ways to leverage growth. Yeah, early on, it's that been that like so there are 100, depending on like where you're pulling data from and how you classify it, 150,000 to 250,000 businesses are that are within that 1 to 10 million ARR range. And if you're in one of those spots, you're stuck between the impossible choice of either not having enough money to hire an enterprise sales team or bottlenecking your growth if you try and take it all on yourself, duct taping multiple tools together. So there's a clear value prop there, and we're starting to tap into some companies that are a little later down in their growth journey around the Series B stage, and about to actually test out a new package for them that is going to allow for much larger amounts of growth and things like that. Moving more enterprise like, obviously not enterprise at a Series B level, but starting to go like down the chain in that type of a way to acquire more customers as well. But in terms of industry, uh, we're still trying to, nail and because we've got customers across different industries. Like if your person's on LinkedIn or, you know, Apollo or any of these other databases, we'll be able to tap into that. And we're consistently trying to implement more. Yeah, it's super exciting. A lot of stuff going on. Not fully quite yet. So it does everything to get their interest, but it doesn't yet do the conversation. It's not like a warm intro type of approach. It's more of like like imagine if someone reached out to you and was like, like did their research, they understood what you did, and they came up with a compelling value proposition for you to want to speak with you. And you wouldn't really be able to tell that it was AI, or maybe, who knows, but either way, it like segments and like finds that need and that there's the intent there, you know? Um, yeah. Yeah. And to be like fully like straightforward about where it's going, there's a lot of that on the roadmap, and like possibilities there. We've been looking more as like the, I don't know what to say, like the foundation at the moment of like, okay, how do we lay that proper foundation that is going to allow us to properly roll out like our overall vision of an AI sales team as a service. Yeah. Well, yeah, so we've got paying customers and pilots going and things like that. We're starting to also try and take on some larger customers. I would say that the big thing where we're at right now is we had to get certain pieces of the product built to be able to scale to service larger accounts, which now we've got the capability to do. And we're about to start trying to grow, and we're leveraging our own tool to get more calls and customers and stuff set up. Yeah, so that's yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, it sounds like you do some advisory, some consulting, work like that. Um, yeah, I don't know. I mean, if you ever have any ideas on how there might be collaboration efforts, I'm not sure if you do investing, but that's like another thing if you want to come in on a safe. and an advisory role type of thing. Like those are discussions I'm actively having at the moment as well. Absolutely. Well, how about this? How about we'll stay in touch over WhatsApp, and I can send. I'm not sure if I booked on your link or you booked on mine, but we can get a call set up where like the agenda of the call could kind of be me showing the tool with like one of your businesses or something as an example of like this is how it would might work, and then on that call we can discuss those other areas, and we can also just go back and forth on WhatsApp, but. I mean, there could be opportunity there for us to make something happen. Sounds great. Awesome, man. Well, thank you so much. It was great meeting you, and I will talk to you next week. All right. Bye-bye. All righty. All right. Let's see where we are at. All right. We are back. All right. If you guys are still there in the chat, let me know. Toss in a message if you got any questions. I'm realizing we did not cover the news today, so we're going to do that. We are going to cover the news. Hey, how's it going, man? I am so sorry for taking so long to get back to you. I read the message earlier in the preview, and I was jumping from call to call and something that ran long. But yeah, I had seen that the call was being pushed. That said, happy to chat anytime you're free, and we can get those pieces taken care of in terms of the pilot proposal, and also super excited to just get this rocking and rolling on the DevRev onboarding side. So yeah, with that said, just let me know when you would like to chat. And uh, until then, man, I'm pumped. Hope you have a great weekend if I don't catch you before then. Also, in terms of the schedule for tomorrow, I could do 12:30. Just want to let you know that I do have a 30-minute block at that time. So, or actually, you know what? I just saw that you had that. My bad. I just checked the calendar and saw that you sent out a call for 11:30, which is actually perfect. So I can hop on at that time for 11:30, and then yeah, if you need anything in the meantime, feel free to let me know. Hey, what's up, man? That is a great question. So we do have a little workaround to understand how to change the domains. It's not intuitive in the product, but the key if you want to get different domains is on the left-hand sidebar under settings, you see the your company tab. So if you click on your company, it takes you to that page with all the company information. Once you're on that page, the third box down that says website URL, that is set, to your main URL. If you want to, it's kind of like a little hack within the system, but if you want to change the domain, let's say that your main domain was myworker.ai. If you want to have the sender section propose other domains that are similar, but not based off of the recommendations you're seeing, then you could change what's in that website URL section to, like, for example, like mywork.ai or something like that. And then don't click scan on the right hand side because that'll wipe everything that you have input. Click save at the bottom. So basically, you'll change the website URL to a different URL in your company section. You save it at the bottom. And then at that point, when you go back to the sender section, when you're adding new domains, it's taking a look at what's in that website URL section, which you just changed, and it'll propose some new domains. So that's currently how it functions. I think that overall, there's a lot of opportunities for how we can improve the overall experience from a usability, PLG stamp, like many different things at the moment. But yeah, just as a quick workaround, if you want different types of domains recommended, that is a little tip that you could do. Hope that helps, and feel free to let me know if you need anything else. That would be awesome. Yeah, I know. One of the things that stood out when we chatted the other day was I really liked your like all those ideas that you listed off in terms of like AI, ML techniques, and other things that we might be able to do in order to really build a futuristic product. I think that those, if implemented, could make a massive difference. So I'm super excited that you see breakthroughs there, and then also on the unit economic side. I also think that there's a massive opportunity from just like a pure data play standpoint. So, for example, we're getting a lot of information about different ICPs, different campaign performance, uh, different types of companies coming in. Like basically a lot of this data, and there's immediate leverages or ways to use the data in terms of, let's say you add a new button and you click like create new campaign or AI optimized campaign, for example, because we could look at how well certain campaigns have performed or different campaigns that have performed really well. Just any additional data from the campaigns that we've run within your company profile, and then leverage that to improve your experience on the new campaign and optimizing future campaigns. So almost like you can have an AI that's tied into all the data that we have within your MyWorker account that is then leveraged to make new campaigns or run other things. So that's one idea. There's many others that I think we can implement, and that I'm sure you would have a lot of ideas as well, but just throwing that out there too. Hey, what's up, man? Sorry, I've been on stream all day and I'm just seeing this message. Let me know when you're ready and I can go for a two-factor authentication. All right, I will be back. It's so nice. But oh my God. Meeting. I told you about A16, right? The venture capital firm. Was I playing a game? That's for Call of Duty. I have chess. Actually, you know that game where the gun talks to you?
That doesn't sound cute.
Yeah, actually, that's not. Yeah, I don't think I have any.
Did you ever play Pop Tropica?
Mm-mm.
It's no longer a thing, but it was Pop Tropica. Pop Tropica was the best.
Pop Tropica?
If I showed you a picture of it, you would recognize it.
This one? A math game?
No. Those characters look familiar.
Mm-mm. Play now. Is this the game? Oh. Oh, I see.
But basically, that was like your little character, and there's all these different like little worlds you go to, and you need to like find different things to find different things around that area. You know, like for example, there's this one episode called Rabbit Island, and you need to find like carrots and spoons and all stuff like in different rooms. And I'm making it sound really lame, but it was really fun. And then you can go to these like clubhouses that are within Pop Tropica where all the players are there, and you like engage.
This seems. I feel like this could be a fun game for like a kid.
Well, yeah, I played this in like. I think I actually found it cool math games because we were supposed to be playing math games, and then this game actually got banned in my elementary school because we don't have to play this and we talk to strangers. And then I would have played it more in like middle school.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so like it is a kid game, but like it's really fun. It's like, do you know the game where it's like Road Crossing or something, or Animal Crossing?
Frogger.
Well, no, it's called Animal Crossing.
It's
like you look at Animal Crossing and it's like it's kid friendly, right? But it's still really fun. Pop Top is similar.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I'd never seen this.
It's so fun.
I mean, this is a pretty easy game, seemingly.
It actually can get pretty complicated.
Oh, actually, I'm stuck. It is pretty Oh.
Yeah, now you talk to this guy.
Oh, so you've played this game.
Well, I haven't played this episode. I don't know what this
How's it going, Carissa Moon?
I haven't played this episode, but
Okay. But this is the game.
yeah.
I see.
But you want the website version. I don't know what this is.
Okay. Well, I'm glad I was able to see that. So this.
Are you grateful for the experience?
I'm grateful for the experience. So this.
You're working until 9?
I probably won't go to this event. Actually, this would probably be a good event for me to go to. It's called Cars and Capital.
It sounds fancy.
Yeah, I think that there's going to be.
What's your schedule look like tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
You should go get rum tomorrow.
You want to go on a date tomorrow? Actually, tomorrow we could. I probably won't go to this though.
You can go if you like. I don't want you to feel like you missed an opportunity.
Because by that point, I'll have been streaming. Why do I have haircut it? I guess maybe that was a reminder to get a haircut from a while ago.
You didn't miss your appointment. They charge big fees for these things.
Let's see how long my hair
Did
is.
your barber do that?
What?
Like you get a fee if you miss your appointment?
Mm-mm.
Oh.
My barber's a ripoff. Actually, not really. He's really good, but he's expensive.
How much is he?
200.
Yeah. Women's haircuts are pricey too.
Yeah, how much are women's haircuts?
Well, the past two people I've been going to, they've been inexpensive, and my goal with them is like just remove the dead ends. Like they were the type of people I'm like, you're good enough. You know what I mean? But like nothing super fancy. They were maybe $90 each, but I usually pay about $150 to get my haircut.
Yeah.
Do like the layering and the framing and all that stuff. And then with tip, it's about $180.
Oh, okay. So,
190.
yeah.
Yeah, but I get my hair done for men's haircuts, so that's really expensive because you guys, especially if you have it shorter, you get it cut a lot. Whereas for me, a lot of people would say that I should be going more often, but I get my haircut maybe like 3 times a year.
Yeah.
You know, because it's super expensive. I'm just
My
like,
last haircut was, what, like a month and a half ago? When was Andre's? Or it was before?
are you
Yeah,
gonna go
actually, it was
there?
like almost 2 months ago, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah, let's go. Wait, you want orange chicken?
Yeah, you can make orange chicken. Okay. All right, plan for the rest of the stream. So in an hour and a half, we are going to be hopping into A16Z speed run. We're doing an AMA. So if you guys want me to hop up and ask one of the partners a question, let me know and I will ask your question to the partners at A16Z. We're going to live stream their personal event. And then they'll have to respond to us. They will have to respond to us if they want us to not do that. And then we're on their radar. All right, let's see this. Let's check out this Cars and Capital event, if this is something that we should be attending. S2X by Startup Starter. Let's see. AI-powered venture investing. Okay. Enough of that. I'm going to turn that off. All right, so guys, we're going to do the news because we didn't do that earlier. We've had such an action-packed stream that we haven't even had a chance to cover the news yet. So for those of you that have waited, your wait is now coming to an end. All right, guys, so it looks like we got 6 pieces of news here. Here we go. So into the news here. News item number 1. Microsoft adds Anthropic's Claude inside 365 Copilot. multi-model choice. Okay, so the hook here, guys, is Claude just landed in Copilot. Microsoft is going multimodal. Choice inside your Office stack. All right, what happened here? So Microsoft is integrating Claude Sonnet 4 and Claude Opus 4.1 into Microsoft 365 Copilot. That's Researcher and Copilot Studio. Users can pick OpenAI or Anthropic per task. Rollout starts now. Okay, note Anthropic models are hosted on AWS, even as Microsoft sells them in M365 true cross cloud. All right, guys. So, we added a new segment here. This is going to be a very interesting segment. This is the first day we're doing this. So if you like it, let us know. We want to know why this matters if you're a founder. It's a big range, but 1 to 100 mil ARR. So if you're a founder and you got some traction, why does this matter? Well, this makes model choice a procurement lever inside tools your team already uses. So Word, Excel, Outlook, Teams. You can standardize governance while A/B testing models for accuracy, tone, and cost. So yeah, it's fairly straightforward, but they're bringing Anthropic, these models into their product suite. So AI's take. We'll see in-product benchmarking and basic per-task routing features emerge in Copilot Studio by Q4. So that is a prediction by AI. So in Q4 or to early Q1, okay? So if the user experience is good, app teams will push for policy by task defaults. All right. That is the first piece of news, guys. It was long awaited. Oh, you know what? I just realized. We're going to go through all the news. We're going to go through all. All right. News item number 2. Microsoft merges business AI app stores, similar enterprise distribution. Okay. Well, what does this mean? So the hook. One AI store to rule them all. One AI store to rule them all. Microsoft is merging its business AI marketplaces. So what happened here? Guys, Microsoft's making moves. Microsoft launched a unified Microsoft marketplace for business AI apps and agents, consolidating the developer and user catalogs. So no sales commission, security and compliance checks required, purchases route via existing Microsoft billing, US first, global next. So looks like they did this unified Microsoft marketplace for business AI apps and agents in the US. So why does this matter if you're one of these founders in 1 to 100 mil ARR? It lowers the friction to distribute agents to enterprise buyers who already buy via Microsoft. And if you sell B2B, this is a new go-to-market surface with built-in trust and procurement. I actually hadn't thought of that initially, but this is, an opportunity that AI is seeing for, high traction founders. Another AI take. Expect Microsoft Teams and Outlook surfaces to get prominent placement. Governed catalogs become a buying requirement. So early listings get algorithmic lift. Early listings get algorithmic lift. Okay, so do with that information what you will, but it could lower the friction to distribute agents to enterprise buyers. Okay. Third piece of news here. Guys, we're ripping through this news. We normally start with the news, but we're going through it now. And also, the stream's been going on for a while. So for those of you who are just tuning in, I'm going to do a quick recap. So my name's William Samasegi. I've been a tech founder for 10 years. I'm currently the CEO at MyWorker.ai and president at SAS Mining. And on this stream, you guys get to see, it's pretty much like there's nowhere else in the world that you can get this type of behind the scenes access to see what it's like building a tech company. And you guys are in on calls, you guys are seeing interviews, you guys are seeing product ideas before they're actually rolled out into the public. So this is the best place for you to just come co-work, come have it playing in the background. We normally start off with the news. So this is a little unconventional today, but we just dove right into meetings earlier in the day. But yeah, we start with the news, we dive into our work blocks, and then you never really know what's going to pop up. It really is like the day-to-day when you're building a company. There's a lot of things that are going to happen, and you never really know what you're going to get. So moving on into the news. News item number 3, Modular raises $250 million. Alternative stack pressure on Nvidia here. So the hook, $250 million, says cheaper portable inference is coming. Okay, so what happened? Modular closed $250 million at a $1.6 billion valuation to expand software that lets AI run across chips without CUDA lock-in. So without CUDA lock-in. Customers cited include Oracle, Amazon, Nvidia, AMD. Funds go to inference and training stack expansion. So there must be something here. They raised $250 million at a $1.6 billion valuation. So, does this matter? Why does this matter to you as a founder at 1 to 100 million in revenue? Well, if they land credible throughput, you could cut unit costs or avoid vendor lock-in by swapping backends without rewriting. So that's negotiating leverage, even if you don't move yet. Who knows? It's still very early. That's just a data point that was brought up that you might want to keep in mind. And in terms of, what does the AI think in terms of predictions? What's the AI's take on this news? Expect public benchmarks and buy credits to lure workloads. So early wins likely include, or likely in inference for structured tasks like routing and ranking, or but basically likely in inference for structured tasks rather than massive training. So that's the take here from this Modular news. All right, 4th piece of news, guys. We are not only covering big news items, but you guys are getting some in-depth knowledge anywhere else you go for the news. Maybe you'll get a headline, maybe you'll get surface. Where else are you going to get the deep insights that you get from the new model ChatGPT or a founder's take? So 4th piece of news out of 6. This one involves Apple and the EU. So Apple versus EU. Apple asks for rollback, EU says no. Okay, so DMA fight. To be honest, I don't know what that means. But Apple says rules delay features, and the EU isn't backing down. They're butting heads, it seems like. So what happened? Apple published a newsroom piece arguing the DMA delays features in the EU. So it cites iPhone mirroring, live translation, and increases security risk. The European Commission responded it has no intention to repeal. So, for founders, keep in mind, if you ship in Europe, plan for regional feature gaps and store policy complexity through 2026, legal friction can impact UA fees and timelines. And the AI's take is assume EU-specific roadmaps and assume that EU-specific roadmaps are the new normal. And you can expect store compliance nudges and new attestation flows for alternative distribution. So a lot's going on. Apple clearly not happy about this, but guys, the EU, they're not backing down. All right. Next piece of news. This is going to be embarrassing because I have no idea how to pronounce this piece of news. GEAPP, G-E-A-P-P. We're going to call it GEAPP. Who knows? I mean, that's probably wrong, but GEAPP targets $7.5 billion for renewables in growth markets. $7.5 billion to electrify growth markets, new PPAs, new power purchase agreements, and microgrids coming. So what happened here? All right, now we know what GEAPP stands for. So the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, backed by Bezos Earth Fund, aims to mobilize about $7.5 billion over 5 years for clean generation, storage, and grid upgrades across over 30 countries. Okay, guys, GEAPP is making moves, okay? The Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet is not sitting on their hands. About 7.5 bill over 5 years, okay? Clean energy storage, or clean generation, storage, grid updates across over 30 countries. So why might this matter for founders in 1 to 100 mil ARR? Well, if you operate data-heavy workloads abroad, this can expand bankable power options and carbon-aware siting in 2026. CapEx follows policy and philanthropic leverage. So, I mean, guys, if you look at $7.5 billion, that's some serious philanthropic leverage, if you ask me. The AI's take. Expect developer pipelines in Africa and Asia to firm up and early MOUs, get some early memorandum of understandings, get the best terms and interconnect slots. All right, so now you kind of have a sense of what is on the horizon here in 2026. All right, for the last piece of news, I'm going to put my hair up. I just looked at the screen here, and I look so unprofessional. I'm going to put this in a bun. Got to be delivering this news with some class here. Can't be rocking hair. It's down halfway down my back. All right. Final piece of news. Guys, okay, before I dive into this last piece of news, why are people coming up with such silly names for their company? Okay, I have no idea how to say some of these names. And how are these companies getting so much money? Giotto, Giotto.ai, Switzerland, seeks over a $1 billion valuation round. New EU unicorn loading. Giotto aims for over $1 billion to scale enterprise AI. So what happened here? Giotto is hiring Lazard to raise $200 million, over $200 million, at over a $1 billion valuation to scale enterprise AI stack, part of a broader European late stage thaw. Okay, why does this matter? If you sell to EMEA, more local champions equal more co-sell partners. Actually, let me say this again. I'm trying to understand this. So if you sell to EMEA, more local champions equal more co-sell / partner paths and potential acquirers beyond US big tech. Okay, so that's why this might matter to you as a founder, co-sell, partner paths, potential acquisitions. The AI's take. Watch for government regulated pilots and data residency positioning as their wedge. Partner ecosystems will form quickly. All right, so AI thinks partner ecosystems will form quickly, and keep your eye on those pilots and data residency positioning. Okay, that was the last piece of news. We got through that last piece. It took a little bit. So long. I mean, there was a lot happening there in the news. And now, guys, this was from a single day. A single day. Every day, there is so much happening. It's kind of crazy just being in the industry, but I mean, if you're looking at it, and let's say that you going on day to day, going whatever industry, whatever job you're in, every single day you are just seeing massive investment, massive developments, massive things on the compute side. It is really crazy. I think that a lot of people, when you first started seeing everything happen with ChatGPT, you saw the improvements in the base model. Many times, like, you can kind of look past that or not notice it as much. But every single day, you're just seeing massive news from these companies raising massive amounts for infrastructure, data center. Once all of this stuff, I mean, a lot of these are announcements, but once you start seeing all these things rolled out, once this compute actually comes online, you are going to see 10 times larger context windows. You're going to see unbelievable capabilities of the tools. And at that time, you're going to want to check out, I mean, not even just check out, along the way, you're going to want to look at what we're doing at My Worker. I mean, just the product today is truly amazing, especially if you teleported this product in to the world just a couple of years ago. But what we have coming down the pipeline, if you guys tune into the stream regularly, you are seeing firsthand some of the things that we have coming are truly unbelievable. And you can be a part of it. Honestly, if you want, you could come in the chat, start tossing out ideas. I'll read your ideas on the chat. And who knows, maybe one of your ideas will be shipped into production. And also, I know that some of you have your own businesses, might be interested in getting some more sales for that business, for said business. If you guys want to come on stream, we can do a live working session where in that live working session, we'll flesh out your company in My Worker. But most importantly, what makes a successful business outside of actually having a product and having customers that want that product? Well, what makes it successful is you being able to consistently and repeatably get more customers in the door and get them to hear about your product. And so that is exactly what we can do live with you. We can test your go-to-market, can test, how are you thinking about the customers? Like, are you targeting the right customer? Maybe there's some customers out there that would love your product, but you just didn't even know that they did. Maybe you have a hypothesis like, hey, this one group of people, maybe they'd like it, but it seems like a ton of work to go scope it all out, find them, connect with them, talk with them. Well, hey, we could bring you up on stream, target, run a campaign live. You'll get the data, you'll get the exposure, and we'll grow your company. So that offer, of course, you guys want to be very appreciative of you guys being involved and joining the stream and sharing the stream. So because of that, that is a give, an offer that I'd be happy to make, to give to you guys. And if this gets edited into a short, this offer, then, and you find that short and you send it, or you tag me in that short, we can get you some more customers here. So let's make it happen. Now we're looking at the time, and the speed run Zoom starts in just over 1 hour. Just over 1 hour. So maybe what we can do is, until then, we're going to have to hit a work sesh. So we can't have a dead hour on stream, of course. So here's what we're going to do. With this hour, I'm going to respond to a couple of messages. And I'll play some funk music so you guys don't get bored. All right, and also, if you are still here at this point in the stream, I mean, we're getting deep in. We're almost 5 hours into the stream. Then you should definitely, this is the stream for you. At this point, you should definitely follow. And honestly just turn on notifications. Also today, I want to give you guys a quick recap of some of the calls and stuff we did today, in case you weren't here the whole time. So for earlier in the day, we spoke with an investor from a big San Francisco VC, which, unfortunately we weren't able to keep playing. We spoke with a private wealth manager who I think would be a great connection for in the future. He actually has a super interesting business. So he's got like a differentiated financial approach where he works with, let's say that he works with some of the biggest executives at some of these massive firms. You can think of like the Carlyle Group and others, and helps manage their wealth. And he also works with some very big CEOs that, or founders in particular, and CEOs that have exited their company. So let's say that you started a company, your company grew to like $1 billion, or you've got, money tied up in stocks. His company would come in and get creative with you and figure out, okay, how can we not only protect the wealth, but maybe you've got locked up value and equity. How do we tap into some liquidity and get you some cash so you can build your next business or do whatever you want to do? So that's his specialty. Granted, we are still a little early, but building the relationship early. And he also likes playing paddle. So we play paddle or actually, I'm not sure if it's called beach tennis or paddle, something like that. It's the one that you're in the cage and you got like, not a pickleball paddle, but a little bit bigger. The game's faster than pickleball. So I had a chat with him. You guys could only hear me. You guys couldn't hear his side. And then the other chat we had today was with a partner from Pegasus Angel Accelerator, the founder partner. Spoke with him for a while. Always good to get his advice. I'm going to implement his advice too, and you guys are going to see the implementation and execution live. So those are the calls that you semi-missed, but you did get to see me speak with the chief operating officer of Initio Capital. You got to see us plan to go to market, got to see us build with My Worker AI and our campaigns. So you guys were in the loop for some very cool stuff today. And you guys are going to be in the loop for A16Z, that top 3 venture firm, a tier 1 venture capital firm. Got a call later today. You guys are going to see some of the partners from Speedrun. They invest $1 million in startups, and yeah, they're pretty big, pretty well known. So you guys are going to get to see some of their partners today, and in about an hour, actually. All right. So with that, I'm going to focus on some of these follow-up messages. Hey, Jeff, I really enjoyed the chat, man. That was great. Excited to keep the conversation going. Those dates sound good to me. I'm in Pacific time, but what I think would probably be easiest is I'll fire off a Calendly booking link in here, and you can book anywhere from 15, 30, or 60 minutes. And you can just pick one of the times in those blocks that you sent over that work for you, and we can continue the chat next week. Also for the chat, I'm not sure if there's anything that you want to touch on in particular, but at a high level, I was thinking it breaks into a couple of different categories. One, actually showing you My Worker's product and giving you an overview of how it works using an example company. We could even use your business or one of your previous companies. And then I think that covers pretty much the My Worker like product side. We could talk through as well possible investment along with advisory opportunities and see if there's like a scope that we might be able to carve out there. If anything else pops to mind ahead of time, ahead of the meeting, feel free to let me know, and we can definitely cover that as well. But at a high level, those seem like the top low-hanging fruit that we can go for. Until next week, I will catch you later. Fired off the Calendly. What's up? I can come out there to eat it if you want, or if you want to. Actually, yeah, I'll come out there. It's probably easiest. All right, guys, I am about to go eat some orange chicken, but I will be back right after I finish up. But until then, I'm actually gonna keep. Actually, wondering if I should keep my camera on or off. All right, I'm gonna turn the camera off. I'm gonna turn it off so I can charge it.
Vamos a empezar un party supone que yo dejarte esta noche ya.
All right. We are back. Gonna let the camera charge a little longer. We got a meeting coming up. Oh crap, I just missed that.
Yo, what's good, dude? All sounds like a plan. I'll try to find some time for us later in the afternoon tomorrow. Well, not later, but in the afternoon tomorrow, once we get through the call, just to chat on, ideas for piloting sponsorship and digital marketing relationship. And then, dude, so separate from all of this, but related. I very recently just kicked off a collaboration with our VP of Revenue Operations, her name's Laura Fu. Basically, where I kind of act as her head of business development for podcast, which is called State of the AI U. This is not like a dev rep sales podcast, or anything along those lines. It's not meant to, particularly, against sell dev rep. The idea is that Laura, on her own fruition, but with, kind of a sprinkling of, some dev rev guests that she's had on the past. I pitched her the idea of like, hey, I'd love to, feed you some guests, and we could, wrap it into a series, right, within the frame of the State of the AI Union, right, podcast brand. She loved it. It was all for it. And we kicked it off last week with the first episode. A couple of founders from a company called Kintsugi. I just sent you the link to the post I dropped on LinkedIn, and then the Spotify direct link to the podcast episode. We're dropping a second episode tomorrow. And dude, you're one of the people I thought of. I think one, given what you're building, given your background, and just like, I think you'd have great chemistry on the podcast with Laura, we'd love to have you on, man. So we can chat about that separately, but just wanted to quickly flag that while it was top of mind.
All right. We are coming up on time. I'm gonna send this message real quick. Hey, what's up, man? First off, super excited. Congrats on the pod, and I'm very excited to dive into the episode you just sent over. And yes, would absolutely be down. Would love to, however you want to do it, whether it's connecting me directly with Laura or however you guys are running it, I'd be down to hop on for an episode, whatever works for you guys. So I can be flexible there. And yeah, man, just overall very, very excited. Awesome. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, I'm happy to chat with Haley or anyone from Lux. Or ask or anything, I'm always available. Hey, Ravi, how's it going, man? Hope you're doing well. Wanted to follow up and see if there is a time where you'd want to hop back on and we can chat more in depth about overall the process, the company, and everything that we're focused on at the moment. Dig into a little bit more details that we weren't able to last time. And then ahead of that call, I can share a YouTube video that kind of gives a high level of the product so you can see what it looks like. And then if you want to create a free account and let me know what username you use in creating that account on my worker's website, then I can set you up with premium. You can go through the product and then let me know if there are any questions. So basically just getting you fully up to speed, immersed, understanding how everything works, and then seeing what next steps we could shape look like. That sounds good to you, let me know, and excited to keep the ball moving forward, man. Take care. Bye. All right, we're gonna get this video on. All right, let's go. All right, look at that. We got back early in time. All right, we're gonna get a quick message created here. All right, so we are trying to write a message to our tech team at MyWorker, and it is laying out the idea that we discussed on this Fireflies call that I'll drop the transcript of down below. In short, we want to implement some type of system that would allow the users to review and add additional instructions to their email. So be able to preview, add instructions, and see how those instructions affect the email and what that email would look like with an example lead ahead of the campaign actually going out. And, you know, I'm not sure how much additional detail we can give, but maybe it'd be great if we could begin to understand the user's way of communicating, how they like to write. Basically, I don't want to say training, but maybe training, you know, like, you know, those instructions, saving those instructions and maybe applying them in the future, but continuously learning the user's behavior and how we can have the system perform and write the way that they like to write and improve it over time. But overall, the big key is on the campaign step. When they get later in trying to launch that campaign, before they fire it off, make sure that they are able to review the message, add those custom instructions, see how those custom instructions look, and then accept that messaging before it goes out. And then those custom instructions can then be applied to all of the emails going out for that user in their outreaches. So that is the idea. What I'm going to do is actually just give you the transcript from the call as well, so you can let me know if, you know, maybe I'm overlooking something or there's some other gist in the call that I should be including here. But the overall goal is to get the instructions and the output and the ideas from the call laid out in terms of everything that we covered and overall next steps. Thank you so much. All right, guys, 10-minute countdown to this call with A16Z. It's going to be great. This is looking good. One final piece before we actually, you know, fire all this off and really take the next steps. I want you to do a review and leveraging your superhuman intelligence in the relevant domains as it relates to this task, getting the best UX and everything related to product and design. Could you please do a run through here and think through what we might need to do to make it as good as possible, to make it the best, and then lay out those potential improvements and then implement them if you really think that that would make things better. I think that these approaches here are pretty solid though. Data, criterion, free text, regenerate. Shit. Okay. Hey, what's up, man? Wanted to thank you for the time today on the call. It was really helpful to just be able to lay everything out and talk through all of the different pieces of progress we made. I wanted to also just leave this voice note for you so you could, to let you know that I took the transcript and put from Fireflies and then ran it through GPT to just, lay out some ideas in terms of how we might be able to potentially implement some of the ideas we talked through on the call. Some of these things that you'll read in this GPT chat aren't fully applicable, but I think some of them are good ideas, and it would be great. Obviously, I'll let you make final calls on what you think and how we could implement, but I do really like the ideas here in terms of ideas it had in terms of building trust, giving people the ability to give their take on it, and then confirm and show what changes were made. So anyway, here's the GPT chain, and if there's any questions or things that you want me to talk more about, particularly on the customer feedback side or from those customer conversations, then let me know. Happy to chat anytime this week, and thanks again for helping get these improvements rolled out. All right, let's hop in the Zoom.
Oh,
What up, boys?
we're about to join the A16Z call.
Dude, me too. I'm streaming it. You guys want to just watch
You're
from my end?
streaming it?
Yeah, dude.
What the hell?
I'm streaming it.
So what are we doing? What
Oh,
are we gonna do?
I'm in the waiting room to hop in,
Oh, okay.
but we are on stream right now.
Bro, like I love they chose even to do their own art style, which is really cool of A16Z.
Yeah. They got this little art, style.
Like they know they're smart. Everyone's like now trying to go on vibes, and they know like right now, techno-futurism and nostalgia are big themes. So they're going for nostalgia and retrofuturism.
Yeah, they're going on vibes, baby. Going on vibes.
What are you guys talking about? What art style?
The art style of
Look on my stream. You see what it's in the center there on the
like
Zoom
if
waiting?
you put while you wait, it will show up like an image of their art.
You see this?
That they're going for now.
I need to log in for my computer.
Are you guys? So are you guys in the waiting room?
Me too.
Not
Me,
yet.
I am.
Okay.
Yeah. Yo, do you think it will open our camera?
Yo, William, how much do you pay for the max plan?
Max of.
Oh, you have multiple maxes. Damn, this guy like everything maxed out.
Max what?
The max plan for your Wi-Fi.
Oh, like 100.
Oh, I see what you're saying with the art style.
I see.
It's a great
Yeah.
deal. Oh, I forgot to call up my I gotta call up my cameraman.
Damn, man.
Dude, I might be making it to Tech Week. SF.
Beautiful.
What?
I mean,
But-
yeah, you
but
need raise
I need-
funds.
I need to apply, or I need the list of all the events you guys are going to. I'm gonna apply, and if I get in, then I'm gonna go.
Well, I haven't
Okay.
gotten approved anywhere here.
Ooh, Leo, I
Oh,
have an
crazy.
idea. So I already stopped which
Recording in
host of-
progress.
Oh, the thing started. Okay.
Oh, it's starting.
Let's go.
Yo.
Hello. See people filtering in. Okay, let me get the chat settings going here. Attendees can chat with everyone. Twitch chat enabled.
That's scary.
Have fun, folks. Hello.
Look at these great numbers.
Damn, look at how many people there are.
300. You know what I appreciate is we're starting at 5, and all the wonderful people who are on time. I appreciate you. Hats off. This is great. This is
You
great.
guys are crushing it.
Yes. So and Ryan, how many? I think we had a lot of people RSVP for this thing, didn't we?
Yes, we had 1,300 people sign up, which is more than
We said we're fired up.
run in a Zoom. So I'm actually
So
gonna
I think it hits like 1,000, and then
Yeah.
we have to
I
let,
said I
and then,
orchestra
and
for the
then
win,
people
bro.
get blocked
I don't
from
give a
coming
fuck.
in, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna click a button to try to.
Could I
restream
link
this
my
to X
screen?
and
I put
LinkedIn
Stone.
Live, which is apparently a thing that exists.
Says it's
Wow.
working, that the webinar is being live streamed right now.
Yeah.
Let's
a little-
find out
LinkedIn
our way.
Live.
Damn, there's so many people
LinkedIn
talking.
Live,
What the fuck?
The other everything app.
That's cool. That's
Should I
cool.
type? Is it cool if I stream this?
I want to hear from people in chat where
Uh,
geographically where you guys are.
Yeah.
Are
from.
you applying to
I want to know
A16Z
who's
or you don't give a
furthest from
fuck?
California. That's what I want to know. Here we go. All
Did
right,
you apply to
Istanbul.
A16Z?
What else we got?
But we got a Bucharest. Did you see that?
Speedrun?
We got a
We got
Bucharest.
If
Chile.
you apply to speedrun, don't fall.
Taiwan's pretty
If you
close.
apply to
Cleveland, shout out
speedrun,
Midwest.
South Africa.
Love it.
Shout
Really,
out
it-
Nigeria.
You know, Andrew, the question of asking how far someone is also how late are they staying up in a way?
That's true. That's true.
How late are you staying up to go and check out this webinar?
I mean the Istanbul it's 3 a.m. So 2 a.m. Oh man, you guys are hardcore. I love it.
And
I
Nigeria
love it.
too. Amazing.
All right.
5 a.m.
I kind of want to fuck around and just
5:30
actually
a.m.
put my stream in the
Early
chat.
birds.
I don't know what Zoom profile
Nice.
is this one. I don't know what
Geographically,
shows.
wow, we are live on LinkedIn, which is
Okay.
something I hoped I would never have to say. But You know?
Ryan, have you heard this idea? There's it's like the internet supply chain where it's like things start in Asia and then they eventually come into like teenage apps, and then they eventually go to adults and then enterprise software. So like emojis are a great example, right? So emojis created in Japan, then it becomes like all like teenagers like texting, and then one day you wake up and it's like in every enterprise software product. So I think like streaming is kind of making that jump. So it's like soon it's going to be like you can stream inside of Salesforce, or you can stream inside of like Asana or whatever. You can be like, watch
Andrew
me
Chen,
check off these like sick projects.
Andrew Chen, are you saying that someone's going to be able to tip me in LinkedIn Live then?
I think so. I think it's going to be like virtual items.
Yes.
I think there's that. I mean, I know lots of LinkedIn people, so yeah, maybe it'll go on the roadmap.
That's going to be the only economy left, actually, is people scrambling for tips on LinkedIn Live.
All we can do is give advice that's not AI generated. It's like I have real advice. I promise you.
All right, let's see. We're a few minutes in, so I think we could kick it off. So thank you to everyone joining, whether you are here in the webinar, and by the way, if you're joining us from x.com or LinkedIn Live, you can find the link to the webinar on our posts, and this is where you can actually put in questions that we'll answer. So for people that have questions, there's this cute little Q&A box here that 11 people have already found, and you can put your questions in there. You can upvote questions you like. And we're gonna spend the next 55 minutes just cranking through these and trying to answer as many as we can. We got a lot of folks from the speedrun team here, and some of them will be answering those Q&A questions in writing as well. But I think we can just start. Everybody ready?
Should we do mini intros, or is that going to drag? What do you think?
Gonna drag.
Let's see how fast we can do it.
That'd be so boring.
Can we do like a one-liner? Can we do like
Don't do intros, goddamn.
Let's do it.
Okay.
I'm gonna call people. Macy Mills, one-liner, go.
I head of business development, A16Z speedrun.
Rose, you're up.
I work on the Tech Week team, which is our decentralized conference that we run.
And Emlyn?
I work on the LA Ecosystem Initiative, so a lot of community and events.
Okay, let's see. I see Bella next.
I help our speedrun founders make their first hires.
Nice. These are good one-liners. Layla, what's up?
I work as an investment partner and also in our go-to-market function.
Cool. And Alec?
I'm a video editor producer on speedrun, so I shoot and edit content here.
Sweet. What about Doug?
Marketing here at Speedrun. Excited to be here.
Yeah, I'm also marketing here at Speedrun. And Andrew Chin, who are you?
Hey all, I am investment partner at the firm, working on all things speedrun on the investment team.
Big dog
Samir?
on the investment team.
I run the
Andrew
speedrun
Chen.
socials. It has been
Whatever. Samir does a lot of stuff, including producing Speedrun. Dana?
Program manager at Speedrun, so helping it to run smoothly.
Andrew Lee?
I guess maybe the first partner on Speedrun, now currently focused on helping all of our founders raise the biggest rounds and helping them achieve their dreams.
You guys are on the call, right? I can hear you.
Nice. Maiwa?
You what?
Maiwa, capital markets.
We're still on the call. We can hear each other.
Fundraising.
Just making sure.
Capital
Oh, yeah.
markets.
No, I can hear
There's
you.
money. Lester, what about you?
I lead a lot of things, branding, launch videos, content creators. Yeah, it's nice to see everyone here.
We got Katya.
Katya. I lead the Tech Week team here at A16Z.
Let's go. Hey, Josh.
Hey, this is Josh. I'm an investor here. I just wanted to say hi to everyone before I
Josh, an investor.
Josh,
And
Joshy boy.
Coming in for the face cam on the phone.
Yeah, I'm on an airplane. It's common that
The rules.
Let's do it.
Tom does people for us. Okay, so
Let's do it.
that's intros. We got 78 questions in the chat in the Q&A box. Excuse me. Please put your questions in the Q&A box. We're gonna try to answer as many as we can.
Put the
We'll
first question
prioritize
on this.
upvoted ones.
Wow,
because
look
that
at all
kinda
these
implies that more
fucking
people wanna know the
questions.
answers.
People are going to
We got
town.
one for the investors.
I'm putting number 7.
I'll throw this one to. I'll let Andrew Chin kick it off. What are your thoughts on solo, non-technical founders with a team? I think that means versus like with a team.
Yeah, versus I think just like one guy. So
Right.
yeah, I think that's the distinction. Well, look, I think the starting a company is so hard and you have to convince a lot of people along the way to make your startup successful. You got to hire folks, you got to get customers, you have to raise money, you have to do all these other things. And so the very first thing that you do when you first get started is you try to find a co-founder, right? That's the usual thing, because usually one person does not have all the skills needed to do all the things. And in particular, there's often a case where there's sort of like an outside person that is really good at interfacing outside stuff, and then there's often kind of an inside person who is great at building the product and going heads down and doing operations and all that. And that's sort of like often you end up with like a business founder technical co-founder split. Now that is like, I will say that is ideal, and
I think we should shout out each other's
we will
products.
prioritize that. On the other hand, I would
Guys,
say,
listen.
if you are a
You
founder,
spam my
you
worker
have
and I'll spam
recruited a team
iOrchestra.
around you
asking the
to the
questions
point where
everybody
now
or to
you
just
and you're the sole founder, and then
host
you have a
and
team of
panels?
people that can complement everything that you can do.
No, I'm telling
That's
you
awesome
guys,
too. Like,
call
we're
out my
excited
worker
about
in the
that.
chat and I'll call out
However, I will just say
We'll
that
do
the
it, we'll
version
do it,
that
but I
where
was
it's like,
asking
one
when you
guy
ask
or
the question,
gal,
do you put
they
for
haven't
everyone or
convinced
just
anybody to
host
do
and panel?
anything.
Don't do it in the
Everyone.
question, do it
I
in the
would just say,
chat.
like, sometimes it feels early.
Yeah, and
Sometimes
the
then
question
we'd
and
say,
answer
okay,
like
well,
to
you better
everyone.
have some
What's up,
customers,
baby?
or you better have done something already. We might
More
put some
what?
additional scrutiny to just make sure that things are going. And then what I might do is actually
Wait, I feel like
throw
there's
it to
too much
the
chatting at
tech week
once. Can
team,
you
which
guys
is to
chat
say,
in my
where
Twitch
do
in
people
my
like meet potentially
Twitch
other
chat?
co-founders, and like what are some good ways for all that to happen from a tech week standpoint?
Nice. Yeah, that was a very common question. I think like 3 of the top voted ones are all sort of variations on.
I think okay,
what
this
do
is
you
way
do,
easier to
how do you
hear.
think about solo founders? So, hope that was helpful, folks. Yeah, to echo Lester's point, please don't plug companies or don't pitch in the chat or anything like that, because we want to get to answer as many questions as we can. So, here I'm going to go down the list. From Colin, from past batches, what have you seen as the most effective way for B2B infra startups to crack distribution during speedrun? I think there's maybe a broader question here about like what are we seeing working for early stage companies, especially like B2B, figuring out distribution. Then he goes on to add, is it more about developer adoption loops or about founder-led storytelling to non-technical buyers? Like what works? Andrew Lee, do you want to take this one?
I mean, I'm happy also to give the floor to Macy Mills, who's been working directly with
Oh,
a lot
that's
of
a
our,
good-
our,
Macy
our,
Mills.
our, our B2B
Macy
founders.
Mills.
Yeah, Macy, if you want to take it first, I can
Sure.
add, but you've
Yeah.
been really close with them.
Yeah, I mean, we basically see 2 types of startups in speedrun. Some that
Those who are
doing
live
product-led
streaming.
growth, and for that, we are big fans of the launch
Founder-led
video,
growth,
but not
baby.
just a launch video with a waitlist website so that you can collect interest. That's on one hand. And so again, we've been working a lot with our founders on how do we have like a really good waitlist where they can gather interest and basically show growth. On the other side of the table, we have enterprise, and that's really tops down selling. So in terms of what works, we like to try it. We like to trial and error and throw things at the wall because every company is different, but it's a mix of cold outbound, warm intros, and conferences to try to get to as many customers as possible to really juice that traction, especially ahead of something like a demo day.
Macy, we'll teach you how we do things at
wanna
My
add, Andrew?
Worker, and we'll teach you how to grow.
I mean, I
Teach you some
think the
growth
main
hacks.
thing that we've been really seeing with B2B is that clearly, like, I don't know if you heard about this thing called AI. It seems to be the new hotness right now. If you include AI, obviously, in a number of things, and you're creating a 10x better product, we are finding that the traditional channels are super juiced by basically when you provide a new AI product, because people are naturally searching for these things, especially if they're in whatever industry, right? Like plus AI has happened quite a bit. And then the other is, I think for a lot of traditional B2B, it just sort of depends. Ultimately, if you're going to try PLG, you have to have a very good sense of growth loops. Like that's still always going to be stakes. I would actually say that's table stakes nowadays. Everyone's still trying to find newer channels or things that are hiding in plain sight. And I think that we're still
Chris is
in the
just
super
going
cycle, we're still
ham in
a
the
little early in
chat.
that.
I
We're gonna
love it.
find that
He
as
doesn't
industries
give
start
a
evolving,
fuck.
you'll start seeing people build on top of other platforms.
They're like, no promo.
Stay tuned because some of our really great
They're
companies
like, no
out there actually
promo.
build on
He
very
tosses
big
his
platforms that are
WhatsApp
sort of
group
general
in the
AI coding
chat.
platforms, and that's actually turned out to be
Damn,
really well.
Chris, such a
That's actually
beast.
turned out to have some really
If
good.
this gets turned into a
good growth
short,
as well.
we got to tag Chris. Chris Carew.
Samir,
You
I
earned
see you
it, bro.
flagged a question you'd like to answer.
Yeah, there was a question from Lev, which is, do you send out offers on a rolling basis or in batches after the application deadline? And then we do it on a rolling basis so that we try and get back to everybody within 2 to 3 weeks. So that's usually the timeline. It just depends. Like the team is grinding really, really hard to get back to you guys. They just want to make sure that they have a bunch of folks that review applications. It's not just one person.
Sweet. Doug, I know you're in the middle of typing an answer to this one, but maybe you can answer it live too. Can a founder reapply with a different startup?
Yeah, I was typing up an answer to this, and of course, we encourage everyone to reapply with their existing startup with new progress they want to update us on if they've applied to a previous cohort. We have a number of examples where folks didn't get in the first time and they got in the second time. So please reapply, and then of course with a new startup, absolutely, please reapply.
I'm going to take a few that are really easy. By the way, if you send in an SRT,
Hey, how's it going?
If you send in an email
just
to
as a heads up, I'm in a
SR-team@a16z.com,
webinar
a bunch
with
of us
the
see it, so we've seen some of these
A16Z
before.
team.
So I'm going to tackle
It's
some
going
of
to
these
be
super
finishing
fast.
up in 45
From
minutes at the top
Ruslan, when
of
are you
the
going to
hour.
accept us, guys?
After I hop off, I could probably give you a call like 10 minutes later because I want to wrap up.
We're doing it as
stream
fast as we
afterwards.
can. It can
That
take
sounds good
upwards
to
of
you.
3 weeks
Just
because
let
of
me
the volume,
know.
but
We could also
basically,
text back and forth to find
it's
a
human
time
investors
to
going
connect.
through every app, and as soon as they get a chance to review it, they'll get back to you. Like Samir said, it's a rolling process. So if it might take a few weeks, but we will get to you, I promise. Alex Sue asked, is there a dashboard where I can see my application status? There's actually not. If you got the confirmation email, you really have nothing to worry about. Like, promise you're in there. If you didn't receive the confirmation email, feel free to write in and we can try to figure it out. A lot of people have domain level email filtering enabled, like through GoDaddy, so check that first. But that's a super common problem. But generally, like if you get an email from us, you're in the system, you're good to go.
Ryan, can I also plug
Yeah.
one thing, which is for all of you who are on the call today, our applications close midnight this Sunday at 11:59 p.m. PT. So I just want to plug that. And then just so you know, if you do apply after the deadline, we just roll you over into the next cohort. So the applications, like the page does stay up, but you're no longer being considered for our current batch, which is coming up in San Francisco from the end of January through April. So just make sure you guys get your apps in the next essentially 3.5 days.
Yes. And we don't know why it's this way, but the last time it was like a huge surge in the last literally 10 minutes. You really don't have to wait until the last 10 minutes. And I'm like a little worried about the tech on the website if that happens this time. So please don't wait that late. She said 11:59, which is real, but like 11:58 is still pretty rough. So, okay. I see a couple of questions about like traction. Like, what are traction requirements for speedrun?
Also, quick reminder, folks. Your question might actually be in the Q&A section, so just go through some of those and upvote a couple of them. That helps us figure out which questions we should help answer. So please go and do that.
Andrew Chin, can you talk to us about how you think about traction?
Yeah, so the best thing about speedrun is you don't need any traction. Not only do you not need any traction, you maybe don't even need a product. You can just have an idea. We actually have people every batch that actually end up applying for speedrun, and then they get in and then they quit their jobs, to do speedrun with us, which is awesome. And so yeah, so we're very open-minded.
What the hell?
I do think that traction helps, and traction can mean a lot of different things. It could mean that we had one company that actually applied previously and it wasn't a match for us, but then they later on ended up showing a demo of what they wanted to do on X, and the response was amazing, and they'd gotten further on, and then we ended up accepting them. Again, they still don't have a product. They still, but their traction, the version of it is like that they showed that people, care about what they're building, which is awesome. And so that might be a form of traction. Another form of traction might be you end up hiring someone on the team who's like amazing. You find a co-founder that's amazing. Another form of traction might be that you have a design partner, and so for a B2B product, and maybe that's amazing. We talk a lot about wait lists. A lot of companies will announce their idea and have a wait list, and the wait list will be amazing. So like these are all like different flavors of traction, and so they all help. They all help your application stand out sort of against everything else, but it's certainly not necessary. It just sort of depends on how it fits in the overall thing.
We have a question here. What's the appetite for consumer? Is there anyone on the team that wants to tackle that one? I think the answer is like we have one. Voracious is maybe the answer to that. Yeah.
Yes, we have many consumer products.
Never
I think
ending.
never ending. Yeah, and so we're very excited to do it. The main question and challenge with consumer is often just sort of what do you do with what do you do with the fact that there's since mobile was like, I think the iPhone came out like 2007 or 2008, something like that. So you've had basically 20 years of people being able to build lots of different kinds of apps. And so you do have to answer the question like, well, why is it that after the world's been, tinkering, and there's been, now I think almost between Android and iOS and everything else, there's been like almost 10 million apps that have been developed. Why is it that after all that tinkering, no one thought of the thing that you're working on and your thing's going to work, right? And a lot of times the answer to that is, well, no one else thought of this because maybe it's not a very good idea. That's true. That might be the case. The other version is actually it has been tried 3 or 4 other times, but somehow the world is different. And sometimes the thing that's different is often that there's a new kind of technology, like you're using AI in an interesting way. You're benefiting from the fact that, maybe all of a sudden there's a bunch of, wearables companies, you need some kind of like why now in order for it to work. But like, assuming that you have something interesting there, or like, the traction just speaks for itself. That's kind of the other version is like, well, we don't really have a theory for whether this is going to work. It just is working. Like we appreciate all of those potential like answers as reasons why we would bring on a consumer company. But yeah, I mean, typically, I think the speedrun companies are almost like they're often like over 50% consumer companies. So we certainly love consumer, and we've been investing in a ton of them.
Let's see here. There was a spicy one in here. I'll soften it slightly when I read it out loud, which is why would I do speedrun over another startup program? I think, let me take a crack at this one, and then I'll let the investors clarify or correct me. But I think one of the things we pitch is like
are there so many of
that we try to add with our team, and there's a lot of them here that you can see. If you're doing B2B, Macy Mills is going to kick open doors for you, right? Like she is going to go
Macy Mills
into buying your product. And I'm kidding. She'll make
Macy bully people into buying my worker AI.
It's really specific, right? Like
guys,
if you're trying to raise capital,
tag Macy
we have a whole
Mills
capital network team with my
Macy Mills,
right?
A16Z.
If you were trying to
figure
out creator
out on my
strategy,
DM her,
go to market. Lester,
send me a screenshot of that DM,
right?
Of you DMing Macy Mills.
Go down the list, right?
And I'll put you in a raffle for free.
Figure out how to get
my worker for a year
into the country, right? If there's a visa situation or other, spicy people problems you might run into. And sometimes, you got to fire people. And there are people on this team that have seen, this is a Tom Hanks line that I like to steal. They've seen a lot of game tape.
Actually,
right?
or you could message Andrew Chen.
So that's part of why we wanted to do this.
Message this guy.
It's like,
let him know.
These people can answer your questions.
Message him, let him know.
So it's one of the values.
My worker is
that we try
the next unicorn that they need to invest in. They're going to miss out, guys. Can't have them missing out.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a great summary. Yeah, and obviously, we sit inside of a much larger, firm, and so one of the things I really love is there's so many other funds. We have a crypto fund. There's a American Dynamism fund that Layla's part of. We have the firm's 700 people, and so because of that, there's just so much expertise kind of overall within A16Z that we're able to tap into in different ways, whether that's because of, some of this has been stuff that's been written down and it's in case studies and it's inside, these libraries, that we built, to like real relationships of, things that, we've done. And then of course, we have quite a few folks that work on, Tech Week here and Emlyn and the LA ecosystem, there's a lot of programs kind of that are being built across the whole firm that let you plug into the startup ecosystem. So yeah, these are all like lots and lots of different and interesting ways that we are able to build a much broader platform beyond kind of our initial investment.
Ryan, I think it's a good question because I actually think since Tom's on the call and he's FaceTiming too, there was a question around, do you help with visa sponsorships in the United States? And I think it's a good opportunity just to talk about the global program too.
Yeah.
Hook us up with an H-1B?
The answer is yes. Look, the reality is like there are countries where this is easier or harder to manage, but we have like a world-class network of immigration support and immigration attorneys that can help you literally from the point that you strengthen your petition to maximize your likelihood of success. And so we have like a really exceptional track record in terms of getting founders, in some cases from some pretty complicated backgrounds, to like still be able to participate in the program, build team locally in the US afterwards if that's what they want to do. Like we're really here end to end. Yeah, and thank you for plugging the website. That's a good resource too.
Thanks, Tom. Here's a fun one. What speedrun resource is consistently underused by founders? I don't know the answer. I want to hear Lester's hot take on this, though.
I don't know. It's getting better and better. I think that like as we've grown the program, we've really each person on the call has like really honed what they do specifically to help like early stage teams. So really the biggest thing people don't do is like actually take the help. And I think that is the differentiator that you talked about. It's pretty unique. I think like each one of us are here for a specific reason to help you, and we've seen so many of these companies right at this point, hundreds. So I think in every kind of like industry or every kind of company problem, everything again from hiring to go to market to sales to everything. The biggest misstep is just like not realizing the resources are there until the program's like halfway through. And then people are like, oh shit, we should probably be, talking to some of these people. So
yeah,
that's not spicy, but that's just like the truth.
I would say the most underutilized is the credits. Like it's taken a while to, people will basically go and buy something. They'll buy Superhuman, buy Zoom, buy Slack, but guess what? We have a huge marketplace with deals to get all of that stuff for free as part of A16.
How many credits? What kind of credits do we offer, and what kind of numbers are we talking about, Macy?
Around $5 million in savings is what we have within the marketplace, and there are hundreds of vendors. And so pretty much anything, like I'm finally training some founders to not go buy before they check the marketplace to see if the deal is in there. But that's something that I think is a little bit underutilized and that we're continuing trying to remind founders to use.
This is perhaps not underutilized, but maybe underappreciated by folks who aren't in the program yet. We've built this community of hundreds of startups. So you don't just have access to us to help you, but you also have access to all of the startups. We put everyone in the same community. And so that's something that's a huge benefit. And a number of the companies, because we've run so many cohorts, are probably slightly ahead of you and face the same challenges.
Here's a general one. We've answered this on our website, so I'm going to post the link in chat. But what are the typical funding terms for a startup with no prior funding history? I mean, I think it's sort of the same, right? Like we have a standard deal, and
it's on the website actually.
It's on the website. Yep.
It's on the website.
I'm putting the link into the chat. Kaboom!
There you go.
Yeah, but it's basically we say up to $1 million because that's $500,000 up front, and then there are some terms and conditions apply, but then there's another $500,000 depending on how things go. That's basically it.
And really, the question that most people are asking
what do you think of this live stream?
It's very fast. For us, once
you guys
are able to go and get through your application, meet you, we try to be as high conviction as possible. So, especially if you don't have any prior funding history, we also even help you with things like incorporation, right? So, if you're just starting out and it's like you and your band of friends, band of buddies, basically doing your life's work, we're excited to go and partner with you and get you funded, incorporated, and immediately start hitting the races. I know a lot of people tend to think, oh, well, speedrun only starts during the time of the program. That's not technically true. It is true that that's when the program begins, but your journey actually begins right after, right when we choose to go and fund you, because that also gives you time to go and prepare for demo day as well. But and the money, you'll realize, is important. It's very helpful, but it's the actually probably the easiest thing and the least complex thing that we provide. We provide so much more than that.
Andrew, you're going to
And
get
yes,
a kick.
no board seat. No board seat.
The board
That's
seat.
someone else.
I have a fun one for Andrew because Andrew and I have talked about this. Someone said speed run New York when in the Q&A.
Oh man. Well, my real pitch is speedrun Hawaii. That's my actual pitch. I think you could put speedrun anywhere and like, just everyone hangs out for 12 weeks and just
Yeah, there's
locks
two
in.
Hawaiians in the chat going crazy right now.
Yes, yeah, that's my actual pitch. No, but I think we would love to do more in New York, and actually every
You want to know what
I think
would actually be
this
funny?
year, for example, for New
If
York
we
Tech
went on
Week, which
live
was
stream
was it in
and we were doing our
June?
in-person live stream,
Rosen. Okay, yeah,
and
exactly.
we
So
fucking
yeah,
just
so it was
sat outside
in
their
June, and we had
offices and then called them
over
for an
1,000
interview.
events in a single week. We're gonna do New York Tech Week, next year as well. The dates will be announced shortly. And so like that's kind of where we actually get this whole group that's on Zoom and everybody else actually out to New York, and we host a bunch of events. That's kind of the biggest New York thing that we do. And then we have a big office there in Soho as well. I think in the future it would be nice to figure out how to expand, but yeah, nothing to announce yet. But we're big New York fans, of course.
I think the New York office kind of rules, and if we have an excuse to hang out there, that'd be cool. Hey Layla, I got a good one for you. You've been looking at some pitch decks. I've seen the data. Mauricio asks, "Am I cooked if I chose not to upload a pitch deck?" What do you think?
I think you're not cooked.
Yes.
What
You're
I would
cooked.
say is that it's really important to think about why you're building a company and why you're the best person to build it. And even if you don't, the other case being like, if you don't have the background, if you don't have, kind of the experience that would be expected for like founder market fit, what have you done? And it kind of goes back to Andrew's question, like, what's your traction? Like, what's your, social media following? How many design partners do you have? How proven out is your idea? What have you done? So I think you're not cooked, but, certainly like important to have a pitch deck ready in general as you think about fundraising.
And the thing to keep in
Sounds
mind
great,
is it's
man.
really
I just sent over
not
a
about
calendar invite
having
for
the
us to
deck,
connect
right? People are just
tomorrow
obsessed
at
about like,
1
oh, I need this
p.m.
presentation.
Looking forward
It's
to
really
it.
about
Feel free
answering
to
the
shoot
two
me over
important
any
questions.
questions ahead
Layla
of
has
time.
a couple of them, but like it's really like, why are you the best team? Why are you amazing, right? And you and your team amazing. And then why is what you're working on important, right? That could be important because you have traction, because what you're doing, you're solving a very big problem in a very big market. If you just answer those two questions, and sometimes we've definitely funded people who don't have decks and they've been able to write that out. And if you can you just need to communicate that. So whatever is the best way for you to communicate that. We've also seen people, I think, send us additional material, maybe via video as well, and that might be helpful too. Andrew Chen, I saw you unmute on this question.
Well, I was going to say, well, there was a funnier comment before that was basically someone was saying, okay, so what if I have no experience, no degree, no resume, no co-founder, no employees, no clients, no, like I don't have anything. Can I still, get into speedrun? It's like, yeah, you gotta put in the work. You gotta show us that, that really you're really passionate about what you're doing, and part of that means trying to create some energy out of it. And so yeah, so I think whether the deck and the applying and having social media and all these things, these are all just ultimately indicators to us on on how much progress you can make on your startup. And so we want to be on the journey, and we want to see that you're already on the journey yourself.
I got one for the interviewers. I see a lot of curiosity from people about like what even happens in the later stages of the process. Like if you get a video requested, if you get to interview, what happens in an interview? What do you look for in the interview? There's a question from Jeremy.
There's a couple different things. I mean, there's some clear like serve questions, like easy questions. We ask you, tell us about yourself and what you're doing. And what led you to doing that? It turns out that very simple question, people massively fail on that question. It's like, I don't understand. It's like, this is your life's work. Like, and you just can't explain that very succinctly. Just being able to answer that question actually puts you in heads and shoulders above a number of applicants. And sometimes
you can answer that, chat.
We try to make sure
we
that it's
can
not
answer
as
that.
high stakes, but it's what we try to look for is your ability to be able to communicate, tell us what you're working on. Again, why you're amazing, why what you're working on is important. And then otherwise, it's a conversation. We want to get to know you
might benefit from unlimited search.
And, we should just kind of get right into it because everyone's already read your application. So we just get into our concerns and really try to just get at the most important stuff, which is trying to understand you.
Nice. Okay. I see a few in here where people are lumping in a few questions and they're getting upvoted. So
Good. Keep on upvoting, people. Also, I hear that we're not impressive enough. So please just tell us, like, if you want us to be impressive in some way, tell us.
I'm going to chirp him. I'm going to say,
yeah, I don't know if I have any things to brag.
Just a prior question. I actually have a few more thoughts as I've been going.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go, take it. Roll.
20 interviews a day. What I would say is like, it's important to talk about yourself and kind of embrace that main character energy with us and really focus on points in your journey in life that shaped you and led you to become who you are and really brought you to talk to us that day. I also think it's important to think about like one, in addition to the things that make you exceptional, like what actually motivates you, like convince us why you're going to be the person who's going to drive this and go head through the wall to make it happen. And then maybe lastly, like I think Andrew mentioned this, but it's important to think about risks. And the reason we ask this question often is because, you know, every business idea company is going to have so many problems, but we ask this to be able to assess, like, have you thought about this? Are you aware of this? And do we agree with your assessment of it? So yeah, I would add those few.
People in the chat are noting that Tom has changed his method of transportation. He appears to be in a car, or
I mean, he has a seatbelt on.
I thought he always had the seatbelt. He always had the seatbelt, right?
No, he wasn't. He was in a
Not
plane.
like a Cessna. Yeah, it's like a...
Oh, interesting. I thought that was like a Boy Scout sash or something like that. I was obviously very confused by that.
Oh my God. But there is another really good question though that I want to throw to Andrew. And Andrew, some people were asking about just kind of the various different types of startups we're investing in now, since Speedrun originated in games. So if you guys want to add more color to that, that'd be awesome.
Yes, yeah. Well, I think look, I think we started Speedrun originally with the idea that we were very excited about investing in things that potentially had creative risk, right? In terms of, you know, gaming and entertainment and AI and everything that was happening. And so we thought that, you know, sort of the heritage of the program is really allowing us to go super early when people are doing these creative things. And so, you know, we benefited from all of you who are watching this, working on many different kinds of businesses, and many of them are you know, inspired by things from industries that we care about.
I don't speak your language,
some of you
unfortunately.
are just, you know, very early,
unless you speak
just getting
English.
started in a way where you could just benefit from working with us. So yeah, so I think we're very open-minded. I think if you know, whatever you're working on, I think the biggest thing that we care about is you know, we can help the most at Speedrun as a program when things are super early. So I think a lot of folks are, as I mentioned, you know, they are starting companies, you know, on the side, and they're ready to use Speedrun to go into that. Some of you have been, you know, just working on your companies for a couple months, and maybe you just found your co-founder. Like, that's awesome too. Like that is like perfect for Speedrun.
I'm seeing a couple of questions about warm intros and referrals. And especially scouts, like some questions around, do scouts make funding decisions? Like, should they reach out to scouts? Can you all talk a little bit more about the scout network and referrals?
Yeah, so our, go ahead, Andrew.
No, go for it. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so our Scout network are people who founders who we trust and respect and admire, who are part of our network. They help us. They can actually invest themselves, so that's technically somewhat separate from Speedrun. But their perspective very much is they're referring people into Speedrun, so it's definitely helpful. But it's not just Scouts, right? Like other people who know us, who are portfolio founders within A16Z, other partners who you might know, or even portfolio founders or employees of those companies are also very helpful. The reason why is because we get a lot of applications.
All right, chat.
And we
Let me
tend
know
to
if you
believe
think
that great
we
founders,
should
a lot
give
of folks say, like,
Speedrun
well,
some
if I'm not in
equity.
network, right? Like, I don't know anybody
If we should go to
in the
Speedrun,
technology space,
get
or the venture capital
involved.
space. Our perspective
If
is
you
that
guys
if
request
you're
it in
going
the
to run
chat,
this
I will go to
company,
Speedrun's
you're going to
offices
have to potentially
and
fundraise
do a
in the
live
future. You're going to have to
stream
find yourself
surprise
in
interview
places that you couldn't be able to get
with
into.
one of these
Great
people.
founders find themselves in those places, right? So a test of your ability as a founder is being able to go ahead and get into those places. I mean, I just want to say for the 700-ish people and plus over on LinkedIn as well as on X, I want to say congratulations to you, because you're doing something that a lot of people don't even do. You're showing up, right? So your
Show up
ability
all
to
day.
show up and find yourself in the right room makes you a powerful founder. So I just think that you just take more of that energy, take it along with you, and find and network your way in. Getting those pluses and those bonuses is a very positive thing.
I see one for Samira. A lot of people are wondering about the in-person requirement. So generally, like, how does that work? Like, what kind of flexibility do founders have? What are the expectations?
So really the program is designed for you guys to be there in person and like kind of just grinding with your peers. That's where you get the most out of the experience. Like it's almost like grad school in the sense where you kind of just like it goes by so fast. What you put in is what you get out. So like we really, really strongly encourage that you guys attend IRL. You get to get really close to all the partners that you see on this call by attending IRL. So you build relationships not only with the operating team and the investors, but you also build really strong relationships with the rest of your peers. So I think that's like a very important part of the program itself. And then we have a lot of amazing and incredible keynote speakers that come through the program as well, and they do those sessions IRL. So it's like out of respect for their time, we do ask that the founders come out, show up, are engaged, asking questions. And so really it is designed to be IRL versus remote. And it's a short amount of time. This thing goes by in like 12 weeks. So if you guys wanted to get a sense for some of the speakers that we've had in the past, I would encourage you to check out the website, which is just speedrun.a16z.com. And you can get a sense for some of the folks that we've had. And we've had a lot of amazing other keynote speakers that we're going to be posting clips from on social pretty soon.
Samir, when people complain about the IRL requirement, I always think this is why we need to have Speedrun Hawaii.
It's true.
That's my pitch.
And then if they say no to Speedrun Hawaii, then you're like, okay, then you're really not willing to commit.
You can't please everyone.
Hawaii.
Samira, really important question. Is it dog friendly?
Our offices are not dog friendly yet. Maybe one day, Sag.
Well, that's much nicer than the last time you answered this question. Yeah.
We toss in the stream link.
I was mean about the
book buyer. Let's go.
Didn't seem like there was ever a hope for the dogs.
Guys, we're live streaming.
Maybe one day, depending on how
for those of
grows,
you who
depending
are
on what's next for us.
A16Z,
maybe 2027.
We live stream building our company live.
The
dogs get the behind the scenes on what's going on here.
How many rounds of interviews
behind the scenes
do you all usually do?
Oh yeah.
How's it going, book buyer?
So I think minimum is probably like 2.
Yeah.
So we end up basically, so there's the initial application, and we do a whole review.
A lot going on here.
There's often like
you guys are seeing some of the best investors in the world.
And then
I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be live streaming.
Depending on how that goes, we'll do a live interview. And then after the live interview,
a lot of
there's usually some follow-up work. We're doing reference checks, we're
this guy who's talking
to customers,
is
we're
like
doing some set of things, and we often end up talking to you another 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 times, like who knows, right? Like until we have enough information to make a decision. So it's usually like you should expect this to take some amount of time, but we're definitely trying to go as fast as we can.
There's a meta answer to a question that has essentially been posted by many different teams in the chat, which is, when will we hear back? And
when will we hear
we heard this
back?
a little bit at the beginning. It really is. It's rolling. It's rolling reviews.
See,
so
book
we're
buyer,
just getting back to folks.
I
once we
like
review them.
I like your
And,
mentality.
I think in the email that got sent.
I don't know where
after,
book buyer's coming in from, but book
you
buyer
apply,
and
it's like, hey, it could take
I
2
can
to
feel
3
the
weeks.
connection. Book
Listen,
buyer,
it could
subscribe to the
slightly
channel
more
on
than
Twitch. We're
3
also
weeks.
on YouTube.
But we will try to do it.
Follow,
Brian,
turn
part
on.
of it is
we're
we're
very
not even at
interactive
the
as we're
deadline.
building these companies.
That's right. Yeah, it's
Right?
it's
So the
yeah, we're drinking out of the fire.
Today we had some
so the
investor
deadline
calls.
is
We
this
had
Sunday. I forget what time. What's the
had a
deadline time?
CTO.
It's like Sunday at
Midnight
CTO
Pacific.
interviews.
midnight Pacific.
You're getting the behind
Okay,
the
wonderful.
scenes.
All right.
No startup has ever
so I
shown
think
this level
there
of
then
transparency.
hopefully everyone who wants to apply for the
I'm not sure if I
2026
should be
program
live streaming all
will
this,
have
but
applied,
we're gonna keep
and
doing
then we
it.
can put the
So,
full
book
force
buyer,
of the
you're gonna
team
get the
just
behind
on
the scenes.
literally
Thank you
reviewing
for the
all,
follow.
and spending time with all of you and doing all of that. So
Yeah.
for sure, for the folks that are interested in applying to speedrun, like this is your chance to do it.
Yeah, and I don't. Okay, don't hold me to this. If some slipped through, I think by the end of October, like everyone will have heard back that we would,
Book buyer,
based on
we're both in the
historical
startup
kind of
world. You're gonna love the
rates,
streams. By the way.
even people applying at the last minute. That
we
would
got
certainly
the
be our
videos.
goal,
We
at
also
least.
got awesome
But yeah,
live streams.
they're
And on YouTube also we have
there's
some
a couple
cool
questions
shortened
here about
clips.
conflicts. How do we think about conflicts? Do you fund companies that compete with your prior
Where are
funded
you?
companies?
Where are
We
you
have a
coming
nuanced
from, book
answer on
buyer?
this. Maybe Andrew Chin.
Yeah.
You should.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I should probably take this one. Yeah. So, so the most fun thing about speedrun is we work with very early stage teams, and I would say probably like good amount.
These guys
of time.
run
I don't
the
know if
top
it's,
one of the top
20%
accelerators
or
in the world.
something like that. People change their ideas. They change their ideas like a lot, actually. So companies that come in working on like a consumer thing will end up being a B2B company. It'll be like a completely different kind of product at that point. So because of that, what we try to do is within speedrun, we say, look, we are, not going to like even bother thinking about what the idea is going to be. Like, we're going to really focus on the team, how the team thinks about their idea. And we're just going to focus on that, and we're not going to try to figure out what how companies are going to conflict with each other.
Yeah, this is live right now.
And and
they're live
I think
streaming.
within the
There's
broader
password
firm,
protected meeting.
we pay attention
And,
to
we're in
obviously
here
what
putting
we're
it
investing
out,
in
password
throughout
protection
A16Z.
free
And I think our
online,
goal is
obviously.
we don't want to obviously for example, we're big supporters. We love like Cursor and Decagon and many of these other companies that we're involved in.
Yeah, this goes
if
until
you
6,
if you
so
send
this goes
in
for another 15
a
minutes.
speedrun application that says we want to kill this A16Z company, I don't know, it's a little rude for us to to not consider that, at least somewhat. So we do keep that in mind, but in general, we know that all of your ideas are going to change, and we're very supportive of iterating as much as you need to in order to find that what customers need from you.
I realize that you guys can't see the chat.
Andrew, there was another really interesting one, because we talk about this all the time, like as founders are in the program. Somebody asked if they should really kind of elaborate on the team's accomplishments in the deck. And I know that you have an opinion on this.
Yes. Yeah. So I have this post, actually. Maybe someone can dig it up and just put it into chat.
Here. This guy's
which
not
is
really
being
much.
my encouragement for all the startups to be the dinner party jerk. Okay, so what do I mean by the dinner party jerk? Like for all of us, we all tend to be hopefully very nice people, and so when we go to a dinner party and someone asks you, oh, what do you do? You tend to kind of be humble about it. You might say, oh yeah, I'm working on a new startup, or oh, I work in product.
Book buyer, if you want me to toss anything in the chat, I'll toss it in.
Is to say, yeah, so I went to this university, I won these awards, I went to this company, I got promoted 3 times, I started a new business, this is I went 0 to 10 million users, and on and on. Like that is something that if you were at a dinner party and someone went on like a 5-minute diatribe,
That's a good question.
Like that, you would be like,
right after this finishes up, I'll tell you guys all about my startup.
I need to like get out of here. This person.
I'm building 2 companies live, actually. You guys get to see the behind the scenes building 2
context, you actually
companies.
Want to get all that information.
Double whammy.
And in fact, somebody that's not willing to talk themselves up and not willing to talk their team up and their product up, at some level, you're kind of like, if you're not excited about yourself, like why should anyone else be excited about you, right? And so we really encourage you, like be the dinner party jerk in the context of all of these investor interactions, and just try not to let those behaviors seep into your evening, social outings.
There's some banter in the chat about whether it would be a dinner party jerk move to promote yourself in the chat, and it would be in a bad way.
Would be. I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. Can you imagine at that dinner, everyone were like, "Oh, like let's do intros," and then someone's like, "This is my LinkedIn profile. Here it is."
Oh wait, we're not
Here
supposed
it
to do
is.
that? Oh no.
No, Andrew. This is why I don't invite you to my dinner parties anymore.
Oh man.
All right, I got
Okay,
one.
let's move on. Let's move on. All right, what else we got?
I'm putting Doug on the spot.
Let's
What
go.
what are the biggest success stories in speedrun?
Say you're not invited to my
Biggest
dinner
success
party.
stories in speedrun. I mean, we have so many positive success stories. I mean, I'll just throw out a few examples, but we have KID. It was in one of our earlier cohorts, has done extremely well. If you think about what they're building, it could have a really big impact on the world. It's basically single sign-on for kids, for games and other apps. So they've been extremely
The old-fashioned
successful.
way was the business
They
card.
raised
That's
Series
true.
A coming out
A
of
lot of the
speedrun.
early conferences I go to with my
Tidra
last
is
company.
another company that is incredibly
I had these
successful.
nice business
They
cards
also
and a
raised
nice
Series A
business
coming out
card
of
case
speedrun.
holder. It really
And
felt good.
they're basically
opening up
building
that case.
character-driven
business
and
cards.
broader world-driven AI models that basically companies and creators can use to create content. So there are so many examples of great companies, but those are a couple examples. Anyone else want to throw out more?
Yeah, well, I was going to say, by the way, it's been amazing for the program for speedrun to be just over 2 years old, and to just see so many breakouts already. And we've had so many amazing co-investors, many of our peer firms, many like fantastic, seed funds. And then, if you go and add up all of the follow-on funding that's actually been received by speedrun companies, it's now already way into the 9 figures. So yeah, we're very excited about everything that people are building, and it's been such a short time. And so like I think the next couple of years are going to be we're going to hear a lot of news from these companies.
And I mean, just in such that short amount of time, there was a company called Runware from Speedrun One. They had most recently did a co-investment with Insight Partners, a much more later stage, growth stage.
Oh, we talked with Insight Partners
Runware
yesterday.
Actually started out as
they write 15 million plus
became
checks.
an AI.
So they reached out to us guys.
90%.
All I'm saying, they reached out to us because we're building some awesome stuff.
And all of their competitors, and they work with. I think the number is they've actually helped power 4 billion plus creations with like
Alexander, you're reading the chat. I love it.
Even on the B2B side, on like
Bookbuyer is
lower
engaged.
Stack,
I
we have
love
some
it.
really great companies.
Yeah, reading
that
the
are
chat.
also very well
People are engaged here.
You got some good ones. Andrew Lee, you saw one that you wanted to tackle.
Yeah, this one I think is helpful because we have such great experts around us. Someone had a question. There was 2 questions about like, hey, if I'm a healthcare startup, can I apply to A, C, and Z Speedrun? And does that mean that like, what's the type of mentorship advice that I get? Is it tailored to the healthcare industry, or is it more general startup advice? I would first tell you that basically everybody here on this call, plus many people who are on this call, have actually expertise across a number of different sectors, and their contacts basically help us leverage providing very tailored support. I myself have actually been a healthcare investor. I've invested in a couple of healthcare companies in the past. So I'm also married to an MD. I have many family members who are in the healthcare industry. So I can go on and on about that. But in particular, at the early stages, you'll find a lot of things rhyme, right? Like co-founder issues that Tom Hammer is kind of working on and helping you figure that out are things that in a healthcare context are different because it's a different industry, but it's also super important. And I mean, Bella can probably tell you about the world of talent, right? Yeah, it's a little different, but also at the same time, at the early stages, tailored support is important for the vertical,
guys,
but many
we got
of the
9 minutes
important
left.
things that you're trying to fix
9 minutes
are actually
left from
very
this.
general. And that's what
After that finishes up, I will share
the
about
last thing I wanted to also say was also
companies
that
we're building
for
live, that
industries
you were
like
getting
that,
the
you wanna
behind the scenes
convey
look.
legitimacy. So
There's
if two
massive
people,
news today,
very
by the
hard
way.
to
I
convey
forgot to mention,
legitimacy.
guys.
But luckily, we have a thing called Launch Lab. We also have
massive
Macy
news
Mills
with SAS
running an
mining.
AI
I
fair.
will
So
get
don't
it
know if
pulled
you
up
wanna
and
talk a
ready
little
to
more
pull
about
over.
that and
I
how
almost
that
forgot. I
helped out a
can't
lot of the
believe
B2B
on stream
companies,
today.
because
I
those are
almost
very
forgot
special
the
programs that,
massive
to my
news
knowledge, are the
for SAS
very
mining,
unique
guys.
in this space.
Massive.
Lester, you first.
I would have been a massive mistake if
Yeah,
I'd missed.
I think one of the coolest things that we've been introducing into the program for the early stage teams like B2B or consumer is like an early brand sprint. So think of it if you're starting a company and you don't have all the basics like a logo, a typeface, colors, a deck, will essentially help you go from nothing to something. And I think in that process, a lot of companies kind of figure out their identity. It helps shape the story. And certainly by the time they ever have the desire to create something like a video, we help with that too. So like part of our launch program is also working with the founders to understand, oh, is your customer base a bunch of deep tech, buyers or healthcare professionals or broadly like all consumers interested in fitness? We'll help tailor some of these videos to speak directly to those audiences and like work with the founders to figure that out. So it's kind of a
Chat with Andres in the chat
process.
here.
Like, we'll
Andres is our buddy.
looking as professional as possible if you're just like not a creative and have never worked in any kind of like whatever design sense.
Someone says Andres looks
We
like
helped a
Roy.
lot of founders,
Look at
Alec on the call,
Roy
myself,
Lee.
and a bunch of others to actually like film videos for the first time and get people kind of comfortable with like putting themselves out there, which helps a lot in the startup space when founders in certain verticals are kind of going upstream and challenging more incumbent brands. Like video is actually something that feels new and fresh and can communicate like what you're doing just differently. So that's kind of the go-to-market strategy that we try to offer up to founders.
Got to get that video.
And
guys, that's what we're doing here. Video, go to market.
Thank you.
And just building on that, Andrew mentioned the AI fair. Actually, I have it right here. So we do this new thing called an AI fair, which is sort of like a decentralized conference. It's during Tech Week. The next one is during SF Tech Week, where we'll have 25 of our AI companies with 1,000 attendees that have the chance to basically see the demos, interact with them, and then potentially purchase them. So our goal with the AI fair is actually to have operators and buyers and decision makers come in, try these brand new AI products that are in the speedrun program, and then ultimately end up using them. This one that we had back in LA, a lot of the companies that were there ended up having relationships with these companies that came in. They signed design partnerships or sales deals, and it's helping them, with their traction ahead of demo day. So excited to do the next AI fair.
I got one from Bella. Hey, Bella, would you help match solo founders
Ryan.
with potential co-founders?
Great question. So I guess the thing that's important to explain is only once you enter into the speedrun program are you kind of like getting our resources as a talent team. So, kind of in the context that Andrew was explaining earlier, for example, if we buy into you as a solo founder and you already have a team, we're going to come help you build out your team even more. If you come in with a co-founder, we'll come and help you even more. So the idea is, whatever stage you meet us at, we're going to help you create and grow out your team. So essentially, like, I guess we were talking about like the few programs that we have. What the Talent Network does and what we've created is a very like low friction way for us to capture talent of any type. So you don't have to necessarily be technical talent or necessarily be a person who's even worked at a startup before, just somebody who like has a vague interest in working for a speedrun company. And you can like type in your email, type in your name, your LinkedIn, and we might call you up for an opportunity.
That's a great
because
question.
We do have so many different types.
Just so you can keep listening, I will type in the answer book
types of
bar.
talent we might pull from at any given moment vary. So we're here to kind of help make some introductions. I think something else that we offer, which isn't just like this like idea of the Talent Network where we place candidates and place even if that is a co-founder or a founding engineer, is that we also help kind of like, set a framework for how the founder should think about hiring when they start at Speedrun, because, they are here for the 12 weeks. It's important for them to start thinking about that because they can really maximize, if there is an underutilized program, maybe it is ours, like maximize us in that 12 weeks and our advice, although they have access to the Talent Network well beyond their time within the Speedrun kind of accelerator. But yeah, that's a little bit about the Talent Network, but I'm happy to answer more about what we do there.
Bella, by the way, is also a LinkedIn influencer, so she teaches us how to up our LinkedIn game. So
we
that's
help
just
with
a side gig for her.
distribution. Yeah, on the job marketing side, we got you. We can definitely give good.
She's very good at that.
On that,
she's a known poster.
Ryan, can I bring up a question that came up that I think is really good for Mayo, our colleague here? So, a good question that someone asked was, what's the one thing you wish more founders understood or had figured out before applying to Speedrun? And also just generally what they should generally understand. I mean, Maya has been knee deep in basically helping out a number of our companies with investor materials. Maya also has just a wealth of experience. I'm going to lend it to him to go and give to drop some bars.
Yeah, I mean, I think the central question you should ask yourself as you're applying, when you're in speedrun, however you want to think about it, is I would approach it this way. For every idea that you're coming up with, assume that there are 20 other people doing the same thing, right? Like start with that as a question. And then you work yourself, okay, well, if 20 other people are tackling the same issue as me, what is my secret sauce? Right. And so when you approach it from that angle, it helps shape how your investor materials are. It helps you brag more about yourself. It helps you think about,
This
okay,
guy's
what is
actually
my
dropping
edge?
some
A
knowledge.
lot of times what we'll see in, call it like investor materials, for example, is it almost reads like a book report of sorts. Like, this is what I'm tackling. This is my problem. This is my
Secret sauce.
solution. But there's no like, okay, that's great, but like, why are you the team to do this?
We got
What is
some
so
secret
different than
sauce.
the other 20 people that are doing this idea? And we talk about this a lot. Within speedrun, there are companies that vary across, call it maturity levels of sorts, even though we're talking about pre-seed seed. And so for some of you all, the question becomes, okay, well, like if I have, an idea, but,
I
not
don't
really
even
much
have a
behind
team.
it,
I got like one
what is
intern in
that? Like,
India.
what's my right to win? Right. So start with that and make sure that comes through in your materials, because the reality is you probably have like a minute or two to really capture an investor's attention. And just think about the fact that, we're just inundated with so many requests. So just operate from that kind of perspective. I could go on, but we're running out of time.
That was a great one. I have a question in here that was about like what else should founders be doing and taking advantage of like before they maybe even get in to speedrun. I think Tech Week is like one great way to plug in. So Katya,
Bookbuyer,
would
tell
you
me
want to
about your
speak to that a little
experience.
bit?
I'm curious. Whatever you're comfortable sharing. But you said you like to overshare like
Sure.
Alexander in the
So, and
chat
Rose,
here.
feel free to chime in. But yeah, I think there's sort of two main ways. So one is to host, and the other is to attend relevant events. I think many people on this call can speak to how powerful of a tool it could be to, attract the people you want to attract. Ryan, is there like a specific area you think I should double click on?
Yeah, I mean, I think like the deal side, especially if you're trying to get like early stage traction.
Oh, that's good.
There's so many buyers there.
Or I guess, Katya, when someone wants to, like, if you're just any startup, right? There's so many ways to get customers too. You can there's ways to host events. Like, I mean, I don't want to turn this into a tech week,
sorry,
but it's coming up, guys.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's coming up the week after next. Yeah, definitely. I think one of the main use cases that we've seen is for go-to-market. And it's also a really great launch moment. So we're seeing lots of folks actually choose Tech Week to be the time that they, launch their products. Either it's a completely new company that they're launching, or it's like a feature or something else that you want to get in front of people. So launch is great. There's really like a whole myriad of ways you can plug in. A lot of people also use it to hire. We don't necessarily see outright hiring events, but we do see people, host events, for example, engineers. And through that, they end up, hiring a bunch of folks that way. But yeah, definitely, I would say go-to-market is probably the number one way startups are leaning in.
Tech Week rules. Tech Week SF is the week of October 6th. Tech Week LA is the week after that. We're actually at time. That hour went by super, super fast. I'll say, anybody else want to tackle any last one, and then I'll take us out.
I just want to also recognize, we have a couple other folks here, like Emmeline in our LA office is not only the hostess with the mostest, but she's actually organized a whole speaker series that's really brought together LA investors, the ecosystem founders, and so it's been such an integral part of speedrun as well. And then Rose has been doing great things for Tech Week. She's probably very busy because she's basically has 2 Tech Weeks back to back. But I just want to point out that the difference is for a lot of the folks that are out there, we have folks who are willing to provide IRL experiences and events that just help make move your start forward. So I don't know if they wanted to go and say anything.
Just seems good. All right. Thanks everybody for coming. Samira, when should they submit their applications by? Is there a deadline?
By Sunday.
Deadline is this Sunday at 11:59 p.m. PT. I'm coming for you if you have not submitted your app yet. On Sunday morning, you're going to hear from me.
Yikes.
Actually. So make sure you get your apps in on time.
Awesome. All right. Thanks everybody for joining. We love the questions. This was a lot of fun. Thanks everybody for doing it.
Thanks for joining, everyone.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Recordings.
All right. So guys, what a freaking stream. Okay, so this stream, this live has been going on for 7 hours. So it has been a lot of time on stream. I'm going to give you, I almost forgot. We almost went the entire stream without announcing the massive news. Guys, today is a day that shall go down in SaaS mining history. Oh, some of my buddies are calling.
Hello.
What's up, bro?
What's up, guys?
How's everything? Bro, I was killing this thing, man. I was making them laugh. They'll not forget me. I know it for a fact.
You?
They'll not forget me.
Show them.
Bro, I'm a
They
whole
should
ass
show you they
comedian,
know you.
bro. Yeah. If I need to, I become a whole ass comedian, bro. Let's all ride Waymo's to the sunset. Bro,
Dude,
I couldn't stop laughing.
Dude, I think, dude, that was pretty good. That was enjoyable. I had a good time on that stream that they did. They ran
Bro,
it well.
like the whole team looks like such fun people, bro. Like,
dude, I think
we
I
seem
got
like
a
good
I got a
people to
live
hang out.
stream and just go to
Are
their
we still
offices.
on stream?
I'm still on stream. Yeah, I'm still on stream.
Okay, so I won't say what I want to say.
Okay. I mean,
I don't know.
use your best judgment.
Personally, I get good vibes. I feel that like they're gonna be good people to hang out, like even be friends with in a way, you know. So that's
Yeah, go
good.
to-
I like that, you know.
Grill together.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know.
we can ride Waynes to the sunset. As long as they take me out of Canada before winter, I'll be happy.
Did you see my comment? Accept our orchestra so I can bring Andres back to the US.
Yeah, I saw it.
Oh, I missed
What
that.
else did I say? I said a bunch of bullshit, bro.
Well, someone in my Twitch chat said, "What's wrong with Canada?" What's wrong with Canada, Andres?
Bro, your balls
where
will
should we
freeze,
start?
man.
Where
Like
should we start?
going
balls
out
freeze?
grocery shopping and your balls become like raisins once you come back home, you know? Like that's
Okay,
how
so
cold it gets, man. You don't want that.
Let's start with what's wrong with Canada. Let's start with this. First, it's not a real country.
Yeah.
I don't know,
Andres,
bro.
what do you have to say to that?
can you go
Your
after
homeland's being
What?
actually the
Like,
guy
what
in my
can you
the
go
person in my
after that?
chat's from Canada too.
Honestly, I feel from
Tell
North
him apply to
America
speed run so he can get out.
or even in the like America continent in general, Canada is the best country to live if you want high quality of life.
If
If
you're
you
a
want
polar
money, the US. And
it's
if you
the
want
best
to be
place to live if
happy,
you're a polar
Dude,
bear.
quality of life, go to
And if you-
Asia or something, dude. Go to
and
like
if you want to be
Thailand or
happy,
Vietnam.
and if you want to be happy, go from Mexico downwards to any like place in Latin America, and you'll be the happiest person ever. If you had money, you'll be
I
also
define
like good.
happy,
If you
what are you
didn't
talking
have
about?
money or contacts, you'll be poor as fuck.
Okay,
But
let's
now
start
you know
one
the
country
cheat
at a
code.
time. Canada is a perfect place to live if you're a polar bear or a penguin.
If you have money.
Yeah,
and you
Andres,
don't
do you
care
relate
about
to the
the
polar
cold and
bears?
season.
Are you more of a penguin or a polar bear, Andres?
Bro, I will beat the
He
shit out
has
of a
his
polar bear.
apartment on 82 degree. This guy is not a polar bear. A polar bear will die in his apartment.
No, like I love
They
the
will
warm
extinct.
weather, you know.
He has
Wait,
his
You know,
room
wait,
at
Leo,
82
do
in
you
the
think
middle
that
of
there
summer.
are penguins in Canada?
Of course.
Well,
Well,
probably. because it's freezing the ice.
Dude, I mean, I hear
honest,
from a reliable source that there are no penguins in Canada. I
yeah,
have it on
I don't
authority.
feel like there would be. I know there are polar bears, of course. Like they're even in Ontario. So
Well, they
like,
don't
that's
know
the
what's in there because it's all ice. They don't even know still what's under the ice, what's over the ice.
To
If
be
there's
honest,
a
that whole
polar
north
bear, you
area
can't
is
even
very
see it. It's all
unexplored.
white.
Like it's very crazy because it's very untouched, the north side. So
If you
it's
look
like very
online,
beautiful.
is there a Bigfoot in Canada? They'll probably say no. But like, can you prove it? You can't prove
Yeah,
it.
to be honest, you can't. But yeah, so like I said, if you want to be happy, just go like to Latin America. You'll be the happiest person ever, but you need to have either money or contacts or both before going, because otherwise you'll be poor as fuck. Then
You can't make
if you
money
want
there.
high quality of life, shitty weather most of the year, and you're fine with living a regular life,
How are you gonna
Canada.
have high
And if,
quality of life with shitty
because
weather? You'll be depressed. You'll hate your life.
some people don't mind, like that. You will be
You
surprised. A
know,
lot of people that
weather
live here, they don't care. Like,
affects your
but I
feelings
mean,
and
that's something
personality
that's very
and creates
personal, right?
depression.
That's
No,
something
if
very
it's snowy,
personal. Like,
it affects
no, like
every human
I
being.
meet
If you're a
people
human being,
here.
if you're not a polar bear,
No, like, but
and
it's really
it
true. Like,
rains or gets cloudy or snowy, you'll be depressed.
I met a
That's
lot
like
of
just
people
human
here.
nature.
I met a lot of people here that they just like love the weather like that. That's how they are.
Because
Like
they've never
they
been anywhere. I bet you they've never
no,
been anywhere. They say,
no,
"Oh,
they
it's the
have,
best place I've been to," but it's the only place I've
bro.
been to.
Bro, like most people, like 70% of
Dude, I
Toronto
know
is
people in
full on
Kansas. They think
international.
Kansas is the best place to live in the whole world.
No, but like, bro,
And they're
Kansas, bro,
farmers that's
Kansas is the
been
biggest
nowhere.
shithole ever, bro. Like, you know that.
That's what
Like, we're talking
Canada
about
is. It's another
Toronto.
shithole.
No, bro, like
Yeah,
Toronto is
yeah.
70% full immigrant that full on came from straight up another place, like anywhere in the world.
Yeah, they were
So
dying
like,
in another country and they got
no, what the fuck are you
in
saying, bro?
Canada for immigration because
Bro,
immigration is easy to get into.
like you, bro, like what the fuck are you saying, bro? Like most of the people that live in my building, like they make so much money and they're like mostly from overseas. Like you would find maybe once or twice like
Yeah,
a
they can
proper
make
like
money in
born and
Canada. Who
raised
said they're
Canadian
not
here.
making money? I didn't
No,
say
they're
they
not
don't make
making money in
money.
Canada. Like they're making money in their home country. Like they're coming here because of course like they want easy migration and of course like a place where they can easily be home based and then like go maybe to the US, maybe to their home country. So it's a beautiful place to do that stuff.
Wait. So they
Especially,
want to come to Canada so they can go to the US?
yeah, because like you will be surprised. A lot
You
of people
just
they just
proved.
want to go to the US because I told you like
Wait,
the
Andres, quick question. Andres,
no, but you're not
BC,
hearing my argument.
Does British Columbia have rich Asians?
Bro, like it's so rich. Like it's so rich. Like you will see like the smallest house ever for like 20 million plus
Make
like
more,
in
but you
West
just-
Dude, that sounds like a ripoff.
No, it's
Yeah.
because it's such a beautiful place to live in. Like it's considered one of the most beautiful places to live in the world. And I've been there and I know it's like so true. It's like
Canada?
Like Vancouver specifically. Like Vancouver is such a rich nature city mix.
Damn,
and
dude,
the
I
views
didn't
you get
realize that
because of the
you were
whole
obsessed with
beauty.
Zuckerberg, and now you're like
Toronto's
obsessed
amazing.
with Canada, dude.
No, but no,
Dude,
like
you said
because it's true.
Toronto's
Like
amazing. I went to Toronto. It sucked ass.
Dude, you're gassing up
you wouldn't
Canada a
you
little
wouldn't,
too
like, the
much over there,
shittiest places
Andres.
ever, bro. Like no, because like look at this. Like people they want a like place where they will feel safe, like good food, a high standard of like regulations for food as well, and all of these things. They like to be here because all of this is in place, right? They also don't have a lot of instability when it comes to political or whatever else, right? But they see that also there's a good place to make money, the US, and it's like right next to it. So they live here, they travel when they need to make money, then they come back. It's very convenient for a lot of people, right? Like, for example, for me, I've been to a lot of places, and from my comparison from what I've seen, if I can choose in the Americas, like I said, Americas, because the world is like super big, I will choose to live in Canada more than anything, make money in the US, and then if once I want to like leave everything behind, like I feel like I've made enough money or whatever, I will go to Latin America to be happy again. Because I've never been as happy as I've been in Latin
Make
America.
Andres happy again.
Yeah, we gotta make Andres happy again. That's our new
You would be
slogan.
surprised. Like people there are so cheerful, so nice. Like they could be people who are living like in close to the poverty line or whatever, but they'll be the nicest, happiest people ever, and you will have the nicest times ever in your life. Really.
Where in Latin America
So
would you want to live?
anywhere. I like that's the thing.
Anywhere.
Like if I
I'll
can
throw you
get
on those places they
if
throw
I
us
can
on
bet
in the map.
if I
You know
can get
when we
if
play
I can get $1
GeoGuessr and
billion,
they throw us in the middle of the farm,
if I can
I'll
get,
throw you there. That's anywhere.
I mean, that would be even good. Like because if you actually talk to the people there, that like you can have such a good time. Like you just talk to them for a little bit, you make friends with them. They'll tell you, let's go play football or let's cook some food, let's go for some drinks. And the whole neighborhood comes, everyone talks to each other. So suddenly you're like having such a good time, and that could be any
It's
day
like
of the week.
Andres is missing having a
Literally.
big family.
Yeah, Andres, it
I mean,
sounds
I
like you
miss
don't
it.
want to come to the US, man. It sounds like there are
I
all
mean,
these
you know,
other
like
places.
I didn't want to leave my home country because I knew I will be never as happy again as if I was in Latin America.
I bet
I
you
knew like it was
it's
either
your girlfriend not
like
making you happy or something. Or
no
you
no no
blaming
they
it?
like a lot of people who come from Latin America feel the same way, and actually they end up going back at some point or as soon as they can once they feel they've accomplished enough outside of it. And the thing is because
Well, wait, didn't you
there's a lot of
say your girlfriend's sister lived with you? Maybe that's why you're not happy.
what happened. No, that's nothing to do with that. No, but like the thing is like
Fucking with you.
so basically when I like this is something that is true. When I was choosing where to live, like the US, Canada, or anywhere in the world, I knew I would have to choose between being happy or making a lot of money and following like my goals, right? And I was like a very hard decision because I already had everything back home, but I was like, I want to aim for something big. So then I chose Canada because it will be like a good starting point.
Andres, you're in Toronto,
As soon as I
right?
left, yeah, in Toronto.
Okay.
As soon as I left, like every day I wish I could go back, but at the same time, I'm like I'm already like doing so many things that I wanted to do. I'm not gonna just give them up to just go back just because I want to be like happy again, like I used to be. Like like
Damn.
it's such a
Andres
feeling. It's been like almost 5
admitting
years,
the depression that he has now.
bro. Like the first 2 years, every day of the night, I will stay until like very late in the night just thinking about home, like being back and all of that stuff.
Damn, bro, we got to
Then
bring you on a
after a bit-
vacation.
After a little bit, I didn't go back home for like many years because I want to be away from that, because I knew if I go back and I have that same feeling of like community and all of that stuff, from home, I will not want to leave. So then I avoided going back. That's why I haven't gone back, and I
Well,
don't want to
you
go
know
back.
what, Andres? If you go to LA
Yeah.
to a Hispanic community, you would
No,
love
it's
it,
not the
'cause
same. It's not the
everybody's
same. No, it's not the
always-
same. No, like it's not the same. It's very different. 100%. Because
Really?
a lot of people there, the people who will mostly like connect with you is people who came from like straight up Latin America, were born and raised there. And even then, people from like Central America, which is most immigrants in the US, are very different
Yeah.
from the ones from South America. So we don't even
I've-
connect that well.
I've heard
right?
that about Asia.
Wait, guys, real quick. I need to wrap up the
US.
stream real quick, so I'm gonna hop off. But are you? What are you guys doing tonight?
I mean, I think we already
Pretty
did
much
everything,
free.
so I don't know. We can do whatever, yeah.
Okay, I might go hit the gym, but I'll text you guys about like what I'm doing later. But yeah,
could have
I've
a
just been
VR
sitting for the
meeting.
past like almost 10 hours, or I've been here
Yeah.
for a long time, so I need to move around a bit. But I will
Yeah.
text you guys in the WhatsApp group.
Damn, 10 hour stream.
10
what the
hours,
fuck? Is that a
man.
Yeah, well,
marathon?
I've technically been like down recording for 10 hours, but I've only been live for 7 hours and 15 minutes. So
That's still a lot.
yeah, I mean it's
Yeah.
a lot. Yeah, so I need to like move around and like close up this
Yeah.
stream. So I'm gonna run, but I will see you guys, or I'll message you guys later.
Sounds good.
Okay, sure, no problem.
All right, peace.
See you, bro. Bye.
All right, so we got to wrap the stream. The one thing that we're going to do before wrapping it up, I'm going to call my cameraman. So we're going to be doing some in-person live streams during Tech Week. So on that thing that I kind of brought you guys in on the live stream with A16, they mentioned Tech Week. So October 6th through 12th is Tech Week in San Francisco. 13th through 19th is Tech Week in LA. I am going to speak with him, potentially line it up for Tech Week in SF, but yesterday we met up for Korean barbecue So you guys are getting the full behind the scenes. We met up for Korean barbecue and we were going to test the live streaming, but we couldn't get the equipment working. So we ordered something yesterday. It was supposed to come in today. I'm going to call him up right now and see, fingers crossed, I hope it works. Yo, how's it going, Nolan? I was just calling because I'm itching to find out if that tech setup worked for the live stream after the piece came in. So when you get this message, feel free to give me a call or text me, and we can figure out what we can do. But yeah, ideally we can. I really hope it works. Ideally, we can sync up sometime to test the tech and everything ahead of time. But yeah, I mean, it'd be great if we could make SF Tech Week work, and of course also LA Tech Week. So when you get this message, just hit me up, and pumped to hear from you. Catch you later. Peace. I'll also text him. How's it going, man? Just calling to see how the tech, to see if the new piece got the live stream working. All right, so the news got delayed before. I will not delay it anymore, book buyer. So we'll wrap up the stream here. But the big news we've all been waiting for, guys, SAS Mining. So this is my my last company. The big news here is that I'm just going to pull it over, or kind of move. I'll reorganize this so I'm not taking up as much space. So the big news is SAS Mining today. It's a historic day for SAS Mining. So earlier on the stream, I let you guys know, been a tech founder for 10 years. My last company, SAS Mining, Bitcoin mining company with renewable energy. We were on 3 continents: Norway, Paraguay, the US. Today, we launched officially in public the newest facility out in Ethiopia. Guys, we've been given little hints, little feelers, letting you guys know that we've been doing diligence. We've been trying to get all the things set up. Well, guys, today you can officially begin mining Bitcoin with some of the not just best operators, but the lowest cost power in the world. So just to put it into perspective, at current Bitcoin price and difficulty and mining, the cost to mine a Bitcoin is $55,836. This is tied to real data. So guys, big news, Ethiopia for SAS Mining is live. And I mean, I was just opening the chat. Orders are rolling in. Absolutely amazing. So, I mean, just there are certain times where you're building, and of course there are highs and lows, and there are times that get very difficult inevitably, and you guys are going to get to see some of those times inevitably when you watch our stream, because you guys are getting full, transparent, behind the scenes look at what it's like to build some tech companies. Neither are unicorns quite yet, but they are definitely on the road, and this was a massive move for SAS Mining. Ethiopia is now live, and SAS Mining is already a global Bitcoin mining company with renewable energy. But now we are officially out also in Ethiopia with this data center launch and Bitcoin mining option available. So I'm obviously super fired up. This is massive news. The team at SAS Mining is truly remarkable. It takes a whole organization, a lot of really world-class experts across so many different domains, expertise, everything to come together and make an amazing software product. Line up the infrastructure side, real world hardware. And it's been amazing to just watch the growth of SAS Mining, watch the team continue to execute. The amount of time and energy that goes in to make something like this happen is truly remarkable, and we can't even begin to cover all the pieces and the amazing work that the team has done to bring this offering live. But super excited, super grateful. I would say that that's the big news that we're going to end the stream with. There's going to be more news. Things are happening every day, but this is definitely a big one, a big win for the SAS Mining team. Definitely giving them a massive shout out, and super, super grateful to be working with such an amazing group of people. So with that, we'll wrap it up. The stream, we go live every day at 11 a.m. Pacific time. Some days we go live a little earlier, but 11 a.m. Pacific time, you can tune in, catch us live. We go back and forth with the chat. And in terms of what's dropping tomorrow, to give you a little bit of a sneak peek to what you're going to be able to expect, you're going to get to see calls with customers. I'm going to be doing some onboarding. We're going to be speaking with an investment bank. We're going to be speaking with the CTO candidate. We got, what else do we have here? Oh yeah, I'm speaking with the CEO of SAS Mining. Just launched this. So there's a lot going on. We got so many things going on tomorrow, but big news today. A lot happened. I mean, to recap today, I mean, what a stream, a long, amazing stream. We had interviews, calls with investors. We were building. We were getting product feedback. We were communicating with the team. We were jumping all over the place, and you're seeing the raw behind the scenes of building some companies and what the day-to-day is like. So once again, thank you guys so much. Truly grateful for all you guys that tune in, build with us, and until tomorrow.